Alright, we are live, everybody. How's it going? If you missed last time, a lot happened. It was on Saturday. I don't typically stream on Saturdays, but as you guys can see, we are on the one, the only ClutterCraft. Now, let me go over quickly what happened last time. So, we had fun, right? We had a lot of fun. If the music's too loud, let me know. It's a little bit loud in my ears, but as long as it's not too loud for you guys. Hey, Flames, how you doing? So last time on ClutterCraft, we played and we had a lot of fun. We did a Halloween event, and that featured like some improv stuff. We did a lot of different celebrations, you know. One celebration included a warden. He's out on the loose. I think I can go find him really quick. We're gonna try to not anger him though, because I really don't want to mess with him. But there's a warden on the loose in our world now, and I feel partially responsible. Although it's technically all on Marie. So, I mean, it's not anybody in particular's fault, I guess. Because I kind of inspired the idea, I guess. It's fine though. It should be somewhere here in the village unless somebody already killed it. Or he moved. Yeah, Warden Heartbeats. And he won't despawn because he named him. Yeah, exactly. There he is. See him up there? That is little Tim Tim. My buddy. So yeah, that happened. That really did happen. I'm also going to turn down the music a little bit, because I think it's a little bit loud for me. I can't focus. Why do you have to kill my cat? You know, that song actually is kind of ironic, because, like, the whole why do you have to kill my cat? Now all I can think of is a part now of this series where I incidentally, in one way, shape, or another, I guess, I technically assisted in Alias's cat dying. So, like, this song kind of reminds me of it for some reason. Might be able to find a way to edit that into a TikTok. I don't know. I'll find out. So, today's stream is going to be pretty boring compared to the last couple of ClutterCraft streams. Because we've pretty much done everything we need to do for the series. I mean, I'm working on my house still because it needs to be done. So we're going to finish the kitchen out today. We might even begin work on the dining room. We'll find out. We could go do some achievement hunting as well. Like, there's a hippo. Apparently there's hippos in the game. I didn't know that. So yeah, we need to go do all these little achievements and stuff. I mean, there's a lot of them. Use a wrench to rotate a block. How do you make a wrench? Copper. Okay. We might make that. Just to say we have it. We also need to make food, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go ahead and cook some. Actually, why am I making it there? Also, we killed Star and got diamonds, so that's something. I'm just gonna set them off to the side in case somebody wants some. I don't want to, you know, I don't want to give away a ton of diamonds that aren't really mine. Because I don't know where Star got all of these. I know some of them are technically mine from back when my body got looted. So I'm going to keep some. But some of them are probably stolen from other people as well, so... I'm baking steak. Is that a thing, like, baked steak? Probably not, it's just gonna turn into steak, yeah. Well, this thing is efficient, let me tell ya. I love this thing. Why didn't I make an oven earlier? We can make so much food so quickly now. Alright. So, oven. 100% a good thing. I guess we need to finish the kitchen, though. So we're missing, really, the walls, the ceiling. You know, we're missing everything in the kitchen. And then over here, I also need to do the, pantry, which will contain all the foods and such. So, for, the kitchen, we need, some fridge. Preferably this one, I guess. Which requires white concrete. Yeah. I'm not too sure where that's actually gonna go. Yeah, I guess it could go in the corner here. And then we need a toaster, which I guess could go over here somewhere. Okay. So, for a toaster, that's the first thing I don't know. Let's look at the fridge first. Do I have any way to put any of this away? No. Okay. Well, there's some gravel. Do I need dye to make white concrete, or does it just make itself into white concrete all the time? It looks like you need dye. Okay. That's fine. Want to hear a dumb story? Absolutely. Absolutely. I would love to hear a dumb story. I really want to get an Elytra at some point on this world. I feel like that's something that could be very handy. Okay, white concrete, boom, made. Alright, we need 4 of this, right? Okay. Consider it done. And then what do I need? I need a chest. I need some iron. Okay. Let's make a chest here. And I believe I need to do this. Okay, we got a fridge. Awesome. So Ort gave me a task to get him 3 shulkers of moss blocks. Yeah. So it is a lot. It is a lot. I don't really know what this is for. I've never used the freezer before. I guess I probably should check to see what it is for. That comes from Mr. Crayfish's furniture mod. Okay. I don't know what this is actually for then. Huh. Cool. It's a thing. But it was really late, so I thought he said 3 moss blocks. No clue why I thought that. Hey, it's okay. It happens. It happens. That really does happen a lot to me, actually. It's still funny, though. I can see how you got there, though. I really can see, I mean, if you're just not paying attention and you're tired, I've done things similar, so... Because I thought I thought they were super rare or something dumb, and I googled where to find them, and Google said specifically shipwrecks. Oh no, you went to each shipwreck individually. Oh no. That's a rest in peace right there, man. And get some lava here. Boom. I got 12 in like 2 hours. No. Flame, no. Oh, that hurts. That hurts, man. That's pain. That is just simply pain. Like 2 days ago, he told me you can just grow them with bone meal. Oh, no. I was in shock. I don't blame you. I mean, you thought it was... When you think it's one way and then you can't... You spend 2 hours doing it that way? I mean, I could see why you'd be a little bit in shock. Wow. That's, oof. That's rough, buddy. I have a toaster! I can't use the toaster for anything yet. I need to make a cabinet. Let me make one from in here. One that would go in here anyway. We could use spruce, but I prefer to use like dark oak, I think. Thank you for the lurk, Supreme Leader, I appreciate it. Dark oak. Cab. Let's see. I'm kind of a fan of the stripped cabinet, but I also like... I like this style, but they don't have it in the... in this actual cabinet I want. Huh. Today I finally finished getting the 3 shulkers. Wow. Well, GG Flames, you went above and beyond for it. Wow. Wow, that's... Wow. Yeah, I got no words, man. Hey, we need to get some dark oak wood, so I'm gonna go down this way and cut down my tree. I hope it gives me enough, enough wood and enough, saplings to replant it, because it's getting annoying running out of these trees. That looks like it should be enough. Okay. I felt so stupid when he told me. It's okay, I mean, I wouldn't have thought that necessarily if I didn't know. I would not have necessarily guessed that you could, you know, like, just... You can just break... Or you can get a block from a chest, and then you can bone meal that block to get more of that block. Like, I would never have guessed that, unless I knew. So that's actually kind of cool, I guess. I never really realized how cool it is that moss is one of those few blocks. So we need what? 5? Yeah, okay. But we need actually 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's rough, man. That's kind of funny, though. It's still kind of funny. Okay, let's get the, now we've got all the ground furniture done. What I want to do is I want to break all the blocks, and we're going to get the floor in here now. So we need some dark oak slabs. Okay. Not so bad. Does make it kind of tie together a little more. So we need spruce wood, which I might have some in my backpack now that I think about it. Nope, I was wrong. It's fine. Can I toss anything in there? No. Okay. Oops. I don't mind all that yet. Okay. No way we actually have enough. Now that's rare. Okay. So we got that. Do I have any double wide entrances? No. Okay, so that makes this a little more difficult. I kind of want it to be open fairly, so maybe if I get some stairs really quick, I can figure it out. Get some slabs, we'll get some stairs. I think I'll do stairs. I don't really need to see that. I mean, like, that doesn't look very good, I guess. Do I have a crafting table? I don't. Okay. Yeah, that definitely gives us the shape we're looking for, I guess. I guess, yes. I mean, the walls look pretty barren. As does most of the place. The walls just look very barren, so we might have to figure out something to do with that. But we also need to get all the ceilings done, and I'm not ready for that yet. But bread should be able to be toasted now. Do we have any? I don't think I have any bread to toast. Oh. Okay. What other things do we have for kitchens? So we got an oven. Let me actually just double check. This is for cooking with blockheads, so it's that. Allows the heat to heat an oven using energy. I don't believe we have an energy mod. So I don't think this actually does anything for us. Is there like a cooking for blockheads book? There is. So... okay. So how do you make it? I don't think it really works the way I think it does. I don't know what this cooking table is, but it's a thing. I guess I also need to make a cutting board, don't I? Yeah, let's make a cutting board really quick, so... There we go. We actually could probably still make it. There we go. Throw out those seeds because they're corn seeds, and I already have some, so we're good. We're good on that front. Yeah, so we want to put cutting board right there. My steak isn't cuttable? No, I'm just offended. What do you put in here? Water? You can put water buckets in there. I don't know what you use to power the freezer, though. Well, it's a thing. So yeah, this room is kind of completed for now. I don't really want to do the pantry, so I think what I want to do now is I want to go do something other than work on the house. I can make a chicken farm really quick. I just realized I haven't made one yet, and I want to build one. Oops. Okay. Yeah, let's do the, let's go ahead and do a chicken farm. So for that we need our deep slate, which is over here, I believe. We need to sleep. Okay. Couple deep slate. Okay. Do we have... We don't. I don't think. Okay. What kind of fence gate do I need? I don't know if I use the fence gate on any of these places or not. Okay, it looks like I haven't used the fence gate yet, so we're gonna just use one. I think we're gonna use spruce. Personally, I think that one looks better. Plus, I think I have the materials for it. Well, I can get them. I mean, it's not hard. Okay, we'll throw our copper in here. Oh, we need to go get Wither Skeleton Skull. I really want to fight that Wither. Get a beacon. Okay. So for the chicken farm, I think what I want to do is I kind of want to keep it off to the side because I don't want to have to hear it when I'm in my base because it's going to be loud. So I think somewhere down here is kind of where I want my animal farms to be. I don't remember how big the squares are though. I think they're like 9 by 9, I want to say. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So the inside is 9 by 9, but it's 11 by 11. So it would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. You know what? Let's not put this piece here because I don't want to have to do any terraforming. So let's push it this way, I guess. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Let me take this. We don't have any, we do have dirt, okay. Okay. Chickens. We will have a chicken farm. We actually got quite a lot of chickens on just those 16. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 out of 16 really isn't that bad. I mean, I've had way worse. Just gonna do a little bit of cleanup on the terraforming here. Okay. So we got chickens. Now I guess we need to do a little bit of wither skeleton skull grinding, maybe? So we haven't done that yet. Need this. I'm still old King Ragnog. No, don't start this. Don't you start this again. Don't you dare do that. That one there. Can't combine those two. Huh. Okay, I mislaid back King Ragnar. Bruh. And he's starting it. He's starting it. Let me turn down the music a little bit more. It's still a little loud. It's a little bit better. So, I mean, 2 wither skeleton skulls, not bad. Now let's go get one more. I don't have a boat. I left it over here. Keep accidentally leaving my boat around. My room has so much dust in it, it's offensive. I mean, that's what happens when you leave for a little bit. I mean, that does happen. My room actually has a lot of dust, and I was still here, so, I mean, I just need to, you know, clean it, but it won't happen tonight or tomorrow, I can tell you that. Tomorrow is snapshot day for Minecraft, so I'm going to be working a lot tomorrow to try to get that video out as soon as possible. But maybe on Thursday I'll dust my room. I don't know. I haven't actually cleaned my room in that aspect in a while. I mean, it doesn't really get dirty, and occasionally there's a lot of dust. Like right now, I guess there's kind of a lot. But it's still manageable. Like it's not a lot. I'm telling Mom. No. How dare you? How dare you? Oh. Where's little Tim Tim? He is somewhere in the overworld. I think he's over by a village still. He's just been hiding there. I'm waiting to see if he'll ever move. He might just live there forever. I think he's killed everything in that area, though. So he's kind of a little bit, genocidal, but that's okay. You know, I don't raise a quitter. I created Little Tim Tim. I will have everybody know, anybody that tries to take credit for Little Tim Tim is wrong. We all have our issues. I know. He's a little crazy, but that's okay, you know? Everybody gets a little insane at some time. He murders a lot of people. I know. Like, honestly, that's the only red flag. And even then, is it really a red flag? I mean, you can count on him protecting you. At least I'd like to think so. I know. Huh. I'm really looking for this wither skeleton skull. I mean... Why do you have to kill my cat? Apex has a 10 GB update. Yeah, new season just came out. I don't remember... Was that yesterday that it came out? I don't remember what day it came out, but a new season just dropped. It's got a whole new map. It's got a new legend. The map is probably the bulk of the update, though, honestly. I didn't ask for a new season, I know. The problem is a lot of people have recognized it gets stale very, very quick, so you have to make a new season every 2 months. And that's the problem with it. Is I have to update it every time I want to play, because I only ever really want to play when I'm playing with other people. And they only ever want to play when a new season drops. So inevitably, I'm stuck with having to update it every single time I want to play. It gets stale the moment none of your friends play. Yeah, exactly. Well, at least for us. For a lot of people, they get bored out of there not being anything new. And I will admit, that does play a part in some of the role for me, but not much. I mean, there's enough content in Apex that would last me a while. I could live without an update for a very long time, I'd like to believe. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Please give me your head. Please give me your head. Bruh, I asked nicely. Please give me your head. Okay. Anti-hero is a masterpiece, agreed. It was really funny the other night. I posted on Twitter. I know you didn't see it because you don't have a Twitter, but I posted that 38 out of my top 50 songs played last month, the month of October, were all Taylor Swift songs. Anti-hero is number 3, and it came out near the end of October, which is really funny, I think. But yeah, Anti-hero is good. You might like Glitch. I don't know if you've listened to Glitch before, but that one's a good one. I will give it a listen. Sweet. Outside of Glitch, I'm trying to think. I don't really remember a lot of the songs. Except for Anti-hero, Glitch. Maroon's pretty good. You might like that one. I don't remember. I like Midnight Rain. I don't know if you'd like that one or not. It might be explicit and you might not want to listen to it. I can't remember. I can't remember what that one is ranked as. But they're all... honestly, the whole album is good. I do enjoy all of it. It's got the highs, it's got the lows, it's got everything it needs. Maroon is also explicit. Oh, I didn't know that. Okay. Well, yeah. Glitch is good. Glitch is good. You're on Your Own Kid is pretty good. I think Midnight Rain is explicit, as we already stated. Vigilante definitely is, but I also liked that one. I'm first to the stream. Nobody's redeemed the point redemption yet. You could technically claim first. And it's been claimed. GG's on that. Good job on being first, man. Good job. Y'all over here not claiming the channel points or anything? Waste of points. It's literally 1 point, man. I wonder if I can make it 0. I've never tried to even make it 0. I just assumed it had to have a point value. Let me see. Let's see. Can we make it 0 points? It has to be at least 1. I didn't even know it was there. Oh yeah, we changed a couple of channel points yesterday. So Candy is back because of this bucket right here. It's full. And then so that one's back by popular demand. A lot of people really started noticing it, and they were like, "Hey, can we get Candy?" It's like, fine, I'll let you guys redeem Candy. Speaking of Candy, Chaotic Citrus, you are the first one of the day to redeem Candy. We're gonna do a Starburst today. And then Mod Poll is replaced by Suggest the Poll. So glitch messes with my head since I have surround sound. Really? It doesn't mess with me at all. Huh. Eat now? Okay, I'll eat now. Oh, I got a yellow starburst. Almost as bad as the orange starburst that I also got. Yellow starburst. It's in. And it's gross. I hate how you can get bad starbursts. Like, I feel like there should only be good starbursts, right? Some of the sounds are in one ear and not in the other. And sometimes it switches. Really? I didn't notice. I mean, I just turn it up all the way. So, I really can't hear because it just goes from one ear all the way into the other. And then echoes because my head is hollow, but still. Red Lovers Pack is a thing, is it? I need it. I need it. Exactly, they should all be good. I agree. I like the yellow ones the most. See, I hate the yellow ones the most. But it seems like that's all I ever get. I like red and pink. Those are my favorite ones. I'm joking, of course. I'm glad. I'm glad you are. I find that I get disappointed every time I eat a Starburst. Yes, the Spank gets it. People go like, yellow Starbursts are British. Wow. You might be right. You might be right. Like, I can tolerate it, but I don't really necessarily want it. Yellow is all you ever get, yeah. And orange, again, I can tolerate it, but I don't really like it. And that's the other one I got, the orange Starburst. Red and pink, though, those are ones that are great. Purple Starburst. Purple. There's purple Starburst? Is that like a limited edition thing? No? Did I say purple? I meant to say pink. If I said purple, I'm sorry, I'm dyslexic. I can't believe I survived without Taylor Swift all this time. Dude, it's hard. It's really hard. It's hard to believe that. I used to listen to Taylor Swift a fair amount. And then I quit for a long time. But I finally came back to it after I started streaming, and man, am I glad I did. Magenta-ish, to be honest. It's Fruit Punch, yeah. Okay, I know the one you're talking about. Yeah, Fruit Punch flavor is good. Fruit Punch flavor is good. Where are all the Wither Skeletons? I am murderous right now. But yeah, Fruit Punch. Fruit Punch is good. I like red, though. Red is the best. Just like Taylor Swift, red is best. The Red album is... For those of you who don't know, Red is just the best album Taylor Swift has put out. arguably. Strawberry Starburst is the best. It's been a minute. I haven't had like Starbursts in forever, so this is like the first time I've opened them up in probably about a year. So I haven't had a strawberry in a long time. I personally think red is better. Just from memory. That was close. Okay, we gotta take a break from Wither Skeleton killing because they're just not dropping skulls, and I really don't feel like wasting all my life over here, you know? Your home address handed over. I'm not sure that's a good idea. I'm really not so sure that's a good idea. Okay. Let me see if I can find a portal to get out of here. I want to see what kind of progress we made on the hole, which is somewhere over here. We're working on a couple of villager holes, and so I'm trying to figure out which one I need to work on and what I can do to help with it. So for those of you who don't know, Virus and I, we've been working on I'm gonna eat this orange starburst. Sometimes I'll turn a starburst into just a single piece. You pay for one and you have to pay for another, but I'm just gonna give you a 2-for-1 because I want to off my desk as soon as possible. Why are your eyes default setting 160p? You need glasses to enhance them? You know, that's a good question. I think it has something to do with age. You know, like, since I'm an older model, my eyes have the older model, and so they only film in 160, maybe. I don't know. That's just a guess. But with special attachments and changes, I got 4K, so you know what? I'll take it. Stop aging. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Alright, guys. I'll show you guys where little Tim is again, just so you know. Okay, you guys see him? Okay, we've seen him. Now we can go, right? And he's been there for a little bit. I do not see little Tim. You know, I'm sorry, but we don't have time to keep looking, you know. That's how you get perfect vision, stop aging. I mean, you're right. My vision would stay perfect for longer. No. WW. So does WW mean World War? Does it mean win? Does it mean Wonder Woman? Like, I'm curious here. What does this WW mean? I guess it could be worldwide. Could be wide web. You know, I mean, it could be anything really, I guess. Weight Watchers. Okay, it's bad that I'm laughing at my own joke. It wasn't even a good one. I mean, I thought it was kind of funny, but... I will start World War III. That's a wonderful idea. What are you doing? I'm going to go check on the hole that Virus and I have been digging. We've gotten pretty far with it, if I remember correctly. We might dig a little bit there, but not much. Alright. This is the hole. We're trying to get down to bedrock. It's going okay. It's going okay. Yo, Ort paid me. Let's go. Ort always delivers on payment, but it's good to know that you got paid now. Didn't he say it was like a full set of netherite gear? Or something like that? Crap. Oh well, I can go get it. Let's go. I barely missed the water too. Okay, it's fine. Aw, he didn't die. Man, it's almost impossible for me to die now. Like, I don't think anybody could actually kill me. And I think they've realized this. Like, for example, during our Halloween celebration thing that we were having for, ClutterCraft, we were joking around and people were like, oh, I'm gonna kill you and stuff, and I was like, okay, all of you versus me right now, let's do it. And they seemed a little sheepish. They seemed like they didn't really want to do it. Like, I wonder why. I mean, it couldn't be this armor that I have. It couldn't be this crossbow that could kill 3 of them at one time. I mean, there was no doubt in my mind. I think I could take them all on. No, I could kill you. Maybe. Netherite armor, sword, axe, a bow, wings, fireworks, and diamond blocks. Jeez. Ort pays well. Ort really does pay well. When I steal from people? I'm not sure that's the best idea here, you know. Just a thought, though. I'm a rich man. You sure are, dude. You went from running an iron shop, where everything was paid for with iron except for a couple of items, to now being one of the richest people on the server. Not quite the richest, but one of the richest, I would say. Very few people actually, like, that still play have netherite. And then, even fewer have diamond blocks to spare, so... Welcome to the upper class, my man. This is basically monopolization, you're right. And I love it. Okay. I want to be the rich one, and I want the other people to be the poor ones. That is typically how you want your monopolies to work. Because then they have to rely on you. Unfortunately, it might not happen that way, man. It may not happen that way. Bill issue. Yeah, I mean, it could be solved with murder, honestly. Can you decide something for me? Absolutely. Absolutely. Maybe. Oh, man. How close are we to the... Okay, 16 blocks away. I'm just doing little strips at a time to help keep me busy, I guess. See, we need to go down 10 more blocks. We're almost there. We're almost there. I'll put fruit in your ears so the fruit flies constantly fly around them. Now that's just mean. That is just mean, man. Do I use a bow with Infinity Power 5 Punch 2 and Unbreaking 3? Or do I use a bow with Flame Infinity Power 3 Punch 2 Unbreaking? I would typically... go with a Power 5 bow. Flame doesn't necessarily matter unless you're doing a lot of PvP, I would say. But that's also a personal opinion, I find. So, you do you, man. Power 5 sounds good, yeah. I'm in a similar boat there. I think Power 5 is probably the best bet. Alright, we're almost down to Y0. Okay, thanks. No problem. No problem. I just killed something. Oh, nice. Let's go. Murder. Gotta love it. Gotta love it. Not a joke, not a sham. Oopsie daisy. It was a moth, let's go. Thumbs up for moth murder. I love to see it, man. That's for eating my clothes. Yeah, I mean, they almost deserve it, you know? Okay. See if we can get out this way. every insect bad. Honestly, you've got a really valid point. I'm kind of in agreement here. Millipede, tarantula, bee. I mean, honeybees are good, but all other bees can die. For as I'm concerned, all other bees can die. Honeybees are love, though, man. Armadillo. All horrible beings. What do you have against armadillos? What do you have wrong? What happened? What happened to make you want to get rid of armadillos? Honeybees are actually super invasive and overall not good for the world. Well, I mean, so are human beings. We're a very invasive species. And I would say most could argue we do not do good for the world. But we're kind of necessary in terms of our own survival. Plus, bees make honey, and I like honeybees are the bees that make honey, and I like honey. So, personal opinion, I guess. I think when contained and done properly, they're good. When they're not like all over you or in your house, yeah, bees are fine. I actually don't hate all bees. I hate the ones that get in your house, though. Any bee that's in your house does need to go, whether that be by peaceful means or by violence. Not a healthy way to live. They look like little dum-dums. They have shells. Mammals should not have shells. I mean, that's a fair point, I guess. Other bees can do that, you know. True. I mean, all bees pollinate. I mean, don't all insects pollinate? Or not all, but most insects do pollinate, in some way, shape, or form. Unless they eat each other. Even then, I guess sometimes they do pollinate. But, I mean, bees just in general, that's kind of their byproduct is honey. What about hummingbirds? Hummingbirds they do pollinate as well. And I would say hummingbirds, they're pretty cool. I do like hummingbirds. I've seen a couple, and it's just insane that they can fly backwards, first off. Or like a drone over there just casually flying in all axes. Freaks of nature. Okay, what about like a platypus? Is that a freak of nature? I mean, it's a mammal that lays an egg. That's not very average. Needless to say. I would gladly eat armadillo meat if I was a vegan, just out of spite. What is wrong? Their venom can kill people. I mean, yeah. I mean, everybody... Technically, Lunchables are liars? True. I mean, that's the thing. The venom in a lot of things can kill you. It's just a matter of if you're immune or if you're allergic or whatever. I mean, we were talking about bees earlier. Bees, yeah, they can kill people if you're allergic to them. Yeah, but it looks like a birdie and birds lay eggs. I don't know what kind of birds you've been seeing, man. I guess maybe a bird with, like, fur. I guess I could see that. Just gonna start tossing out my cobblestone. I don't need it. But I mean, now that I'm thinking about it, you're right. Lunchables over there at the marketing scheme with like a platypus and I don't even remember what the other one was. I think it was like a rabbit or something, like a had antlers or something. The deer rabbit, yeah. Yeah, I mean, they're over here like, and I mean, they were just banking off of the fact that platypus was weird. They were kind of making fun of its, like, deformities, I guess. Kind of a little messed up now that I think about it. It has a bill and everything with a bill is a birdie. You know what? That's a valid opinion. I'll accept that. The immoral. The immortal jellyfish should be killed, extincted. Now, I'm not familiar with the immortal jellyfish, so I'm gonna look this one up. I probably have seen pictures of it. The immortal jellyfish that resets when damaged. It can hit the reset button and revert to an earlier stage of development. Why can't I do that? Why can't I do that, man? I could cure my scoliosis. Wow. They just really don't follow the rules, and I don't think that's... Yeah, but what happens? You're just gonna kill it, and then it's gonna revert back to baby or something? Like, is it even possible to kill? Like, if it just gets damaged, is it just gonna rebirth itself or something? How does that work? It's like that whole Deadpool thing, like, what happens if you, like, cut it in half? Does it, like, just regenerate itself? And if so, which side regenerates? The right side or the left side? It's the whole Deadpool scenario. If you cut off Deadpool's head, does his head regrow or does his body regrow? Both? It experiences some mitosis or something over there. Honestly, I mean, that would make sense. It just can't die from old age. I mean, theoretically, the only reason why humans die is because their cells don't replace as fast. To replace it, so like the normal wear and tear on your heart and stuff, or your brain matter, or whatever, you know, all that stuff. That all kills you because your cells can't regenerate more. If you could just regenerate forever, technically you wouldn't never die. Unless you, like, had a serious issue, but that's like, you know, even if, like, somehow you got a bullet put right through your heart, if your body could regenerate fast enough to patch that hole, you would not die. Which is really cool. My science teacher said literally the same exact thing you just said today. What can I say? I'm a science teacher myself, man. I took anatomy. I know, I've seen a thing or two, or no, I know a thing or two because I've seen a thing or two, I guess. I don't know, maybe I should be a teacher. Maybe I'm on the wrong career path here. I always have thought that's kind of interesting, though. I mean, technically speaking, if you could figure out a way to speed up your genetically, like, genetically enhance a human, theoretically, I'm not saying it's morally right, I'm not saying any of that, leaving all the morals aside, if you could figure out how to physically repair a human being faster than they can be harmed, it would be unstoppable. Like, you literally... I don't have morals. In some cases, that's very good. In some cases, that is very, very good. But, like, I guess not faster than you're being hurt, because in that case, then you're making cells faster than they're dying, which would essentially... it would cause you to rapidly expand, which would also kill you, technically. But if your cells could do mitosis quicker, technically speaking, you could shrug off bullets. And I mean, if you found a way to, like, staunch the wound, like blood wounds, so like you... I know a fair amount about this stuff, because I used to be really, like... I really wanted to know what would happen if I was shot and how to protect myself. So, like, I mean, technically, if you could apply pressure to a wound, or find a way to, like, stop the bleeding, and you can find a way to make that blood clot faster there, in that one spot, to make it turn into a scab, or to start the healing process, you could shrug off bullets quickly. I mean, there's probably a compression suit, technically. I mean, if you could do a... what? Oh, he's the Headless Horseman! Oh, that's a creative little statue thing, okay. That's funny. Huh. Technically speaking, sorry. Just a habit. Hey, it's no problem. It's no problem. I mean, I always thought science was interesting. Like, science that you can actually understand is interesting. Not the boring science like quantum theory, which isn't even science, it's just a theory. Like, I mean, technically that's what science is, but it's unproven science. Like, the hypothesis hasn't been proven technically with quantum physics and stuff. At least for most of it. I mean, there's a couple of them that have been somewhat proven, but most of them haven't been proven. Well, if you go to something that's actually like anatomy, for example, biology, that kind of stuff that's been studied and that can be studied currently, that stuff is really fun and interesting. Like aerodynamics, I guess that ventures more into engineering, but still, engineering is the type of science, I would say. I don't know if it technically is one. I don't know if it's classified as it, but I think it is. The goblin shark is a freak of nature and should be extinct. Now I gotta look that one up too, because I don't remember a goblin shark. Yeah, that could go. That could go for all I care. Stop reminding me about the homework I need to do. Hey, you take a break. You take a break from the homework. You don't need to do it all. Well, I mean, depending on when it's due, you don't need to do it all right now. Take your time with it. Okay, what am I doing? I'm not doing what I'm supposed to be doing, I can tell you that. Let's go get some slime, because we need it for our flying machines. So that's what we're gonna go do. But yeah, I can agree with the goblin shark needing to be extinct. That thing will haunt my memories now. Alright. So, for those of you who don't know, man, Silk Touch sucks. I like it personally, but I can also see parts where it would actually, like, really be bad. Mosquitoes could really go, for all I care. I mean, they're a very big problem, especially down in the South. United States, anyway. I don't know how they are in other places. I imagine they're just as bad. But having lived in Florida for a little bit and having been there in recent years, in recent time and such, yeah, they suck. Quite literally, they will suck your blood, but they suck. They are horrible little creatures. So bad, in fact, that they have trucks that are literally dedicated to spraying insect killer to kill the mosquitoes. And they just spray them throughout the streets and into the ditches and stuff like that to help kill the insects when there's standing water. Sometimes even just in the spring they'll do it. It's insane. I want to cause them some type of pain. See, I feel the same way about stink bugs that you feel about mosquitoes. Stink bugs are horrible creatures. Why do they even give the itch juice? Like, I'm the one feeding you? So that's to actually help you, I think that's to help you actually stop bleeding and to help stop it from infecting or something like that. I can't remember 100% sure if that's what that was or not, though. I might be thinking of a different bug. Which is really interesting that it does that. But it's cool. I don't care about my infections. It's annoying. You know what? That's fair. That is fair. That is very, very fair. Yeah, mosquitoes are not fun. But yes, the stink bugs, we have them really bad around here, northeast USA at least. I know they're bad pretty much everywhere. I didn't really have them in the Midwest though when I lived there. But they're horrible little creatures. Like, they're big for bugs, first off, which isn't the biggest of problems. The problem is, when you kill them, they stink. If you scare them, they stink. When they get big enough to start flying and such, they start flying around and get clumsy, and then you accidentally scare them, and they stink. And when they start getting big enough to start flying, that's also around the time they're able to lay eggs. And once they lay eggs, it's an infestation, dude. I killed 12 last year in my house. This year, I've been very on top of the game and killing them as soon as I could, so I've only had to kill 3 this year. I'm hoping that's it. I'm hoping that's it. But still, they're so annoying. Blobfish gets pity extinction, to be honest. I could see that. And yeah, that's all I can think of. I'm trying to think of some other animals that could really use the extinction treatment, but I can't. Sea urchins are pretty bad. I would say sea urchins are pretty nasty. You step on them, you're gonna know it. Haha, you are in a place that has more annoying bugs than me. Yeah, probably. Although, I mean, No, in the Midwest, you guys... I'm assuming you're Midwest. I don't know if you are or not. I think I remember you saying you were. I hated the little suckers that lived there. There were some really bad spiders. I'm trying to remember which ones it was. Was it... I might be naming the wrong spider type. But don't you guys have, like, the brown recluse? I think that was one of the ones I'm thinking of. Those guys are horrible. Horrible little guys. I've had friends get bit by them. But I mean, even like, I guess in West Virginia, I've had wolf spiders live here. And they're not horrible as long as they're outside. If any bug gets inside, they're dead. They're a dead bug. I've killed many, let's see, what are they called? I don't want to give them the wrong name. They look like ladybugs, but they're not. That's not what I'm looking for. So maybe... ladybug? It's the Asian ladybug, or Asian lady beetle, or something like that, I think. And it is a horrible little thing that just... they get in your house, and then they multiply. It starts with 1. Then you see 4. You wake up the next morning, there's 12. They're everywhere. And they're invasive as well. I mean, and they will eat through your plants. I will say that. They do eat through your plants. Gross little guys. I hate them. They look like ladybugs, but they're not. They have a more yellow tint in their shell color, or not their shell color. Whatever you call that. Is it carapace maybe? And an elytra. That one might be what it's actually called. An elytra. I guess other people pronounce it elytra, but I'm pretty sure it's actually pronounced elytra. I'm not sure. No to the sea urchins, I'm assuming. I cannot remember the last time I've ever thanked a sea urchin. So I will admit, I don't know what good they do. I just know that, like, I hate the idea of even having to think about what would happen if I stepped on one. Sea slugs could go too. I hate those guys. I've seen them. Slugs in general could go. I like snails though. Snails are cool. Not extinct, just get them out of the cities. Flies in general, I'm Midwestern, yes. Horseflies are mean creatures, get rid of them. Yeah, I can see it. I hate those guys. Snails are cute, slugs are icky. Isn't it kind of funny how we classify them? It's literally about size most of the time. Like, have you guys seen that picture of the tiny spiders and stuff? People are always like, oh, it's such a cute spider. Then you pull out a picture of like a tarantula and people are like, oh, kill it, kill it, kill it. It's like, ah, yes, so the bigger it is, the more ugly it is. Or the more scary it is, or whatever. Same deal with like snails and slugs. Slugs are just big snails, but without a shell, basically. If you think about it. I mean, not 100%, there are some other differences, but it's still a little bit funny. Be right back. Alright, sounds good, Flame. Sounds good. Yeah, it's easier to see. It's easier to see the ugly. I mean, you are right. You are right. You have a very good point. Well, then you get into the territory of things that are so ugly that they're cute. So, like, you'll get things like, for example, the blobfish. Some people think it's so ugly that it's cute. And I don't understand that. I really don't understand that. Or pugs. Pugs are a great example of so ugly that it's cute. And I don't care who you are. Your dog is ugly if it's a pug. And that poor dog can't breathe. I'm just saying. I'm just saying, your poor dog was bred to die. It's horrible, but it's kind of funny as well. I don't see any slime, so this is kind of a flop. Okay, let's rechat here. I like the blobfish. That's fair. That's a valid opinion. Yeah, retro pugs, less hurtful, true. OG pugs. Alright. And without any slime, I don't know what to do. No, I mean retro pugs is a breed. Is it? Is that actually a thing? If so, that is an epic name. Let me pull it up here so I can see. Oh yeah, those guys are way better. I didn't even realize those are technically pugs. They're literally evolving them backwards, yeah. I would never even guess that was a pug. If you told me the retro pug was a pug, I would never have been able to guess. It's like, I'm looking at it and that does not look like one. Wow. Yeah, I mean, at least its face isn't so flat that it can breathe. I'm not afraid to make fun of any species, like humans too. Literally, we'd rather look like we'd still rather infuse ourselves with plastic than just accept how we look. Like, we're the most particular species on our planet. I know the worst animal by far. Oh, now I'm intrigued. I think the worst animal by far, in my opinion, is a dragon, only because I don't know what its vertebrae looks like. I don't know what its vertebrae looks like, and it was really painful to try to build. I spent a good while on Minecraft the other day, just trying to figure out how to build a dragon vertebrae, and we ended up settling on a chicken vertebrae, which is like 16... Not vertices. Vertices is for a vertex in geometry. I guess vertebrae would be the right term still. Tapeworms? Tapeworms are so bad. Yeah, let's not talk about the tapeworm, man. I mean, it's in their name. They're literally tape. They're so sticky. I wonder if there's like a double-sided tapeworm. Yo, how are you today? I am doing well. How are you doing, Arctis? Good to see you today. We're just hunting for some slime on our ClutterCraft server. This is a content creator server I joined a while back. And we're trying to get some slime blocks for a carpet bomber. We'll see how it goes, but that's kind of the plan, I guess. Tapeworms eat poop. Yucky. I mean, now that I think about it, like, I don't really know of a bug that really doesn't. I mean, they don't go out of their way to go get some, but I mean, flies. I mean, flies kind of swarm around that stuff. Just saying. My dogs eat poop. Yep. Yep. I mean, I would hinge a bet that even some human beings do. And that is seriously disgusting, but still fresh too. Yeah, but the tapeworm goes in your stomach to eat it. Yeah, that is a little bit disgusting. But, I mean, at least you're getting a free... No, I can't finish that thought. Not without laughing. No, I'm gonna say, you're getting a free colonoscopy with those guys, right? Free poop removal. Yeah, I mean, you're getting the free colonoscopy prep, alright? Oh, my dog eats it. My small dog before it comes out. Oh, that's gross. Dogs are so gross, dude. I knew a dog, he would roll around in his. It was so bad. He'd get out, he'd go roll around in his own crap, and then you'd have to give him a bath. It's gross. So gross. Kill it. Dogs sure are questionable creatures, needless to say, right? Wait, you got shaders? Yes, I'm using complementary shaders. It is probably the best pack on the market. If you want, I can send you a link. Yeah, they're just complimentary. Probably my favorite one. There are some cool ones in here. I think this one right here is for screenshots. Now I got my own. Sweet. That's why I punch puppies? What is wrong with you, man? You can't just admit to that on the internet. Anyways, what are you doing in Minecraft? Well, I'm showing off some really cool shaders. This one's for screenshots. It doesn't really do what I'm looking for, though. What's that? What's that in the sky? I don't know, man. This is a weird one. Then I have this one. I think this one might also be a screenshot pack. Nope. It's a lot more, probably more closer to a blue light feel than a yellow tint. But it's also got some really insane clouds up there. Not a huge fan of that, personally. But it still looks okay. I got iris and sodium shaders. Nice. I haven't gotten around to using it yet, but I have heard some really good things about using iris and sodium. I just use Optifine, though. This one is actually really nice. I forgot about this one. I mean, wow. I mean, the water doesn't really look as good as I'd like. It looks like it's in too much motion, personally. But it actually isn't horrible. Science questions. What is the scientific name for a pine tree? I would say it out loud, but I think Twitch might flag it. Because I already know that one. This one's a little bit too bright in my opinion, and I probably could turn that down now that I think about it. Let's see, direct light. No, indirect light. Maybe not. I don't know like all the settings here, I just know a few of them. What is it? See, I would tell you guys, but again, Twitch might flag it. Is it a cuss word, or it just sounds dirty. It's not actually. But it sounds dirty. It just isn't. It sounds like a certain organ. I personally am a fan of the complimentary pack, which I think is what I'm using right now, right? Yeah. I wasn't even paying attention when I turned it on. So what we're waiting on right now is for nighttime to fall again, and hopefully we can get some slime, because I really need slime for my, you know, the bomber. Words are hard, I'm sorry guys. I know what it is gonna be, yeah. Fly by lurk, high five, let's go, high five! Ugh. Thanks for the lurk, I appreciate it, new trick. Appreciate you, dude, you're awesome. No, you're awesome. Can I legally kill something? Yeah, you can legally kill things. For example, if it's hunting season, and you have the proper licensing and tags, you can legally kill any of those. Or if you are just killing bugs, that is also very much legal. In fact, there are certain bugs that are so invasive and so highly densely populated that the government actually sometimes encourages you to kill them. Can I legally kill a person? So that falls under some very specific rule sets. It would depend on the amount of force. So if, for example, somebody broke into your house and held you at gunpoint, you would have the proper authority to kill them, because you're using equal force as them. They are coming in with the intent to kill, or at least trying to prove and threaten you to the point that you feared for your life that you could kill them. Similar situations to that, you know. Now, I'm in no way a lawyer, so you are not allowed to use me for legal advice, but personal opinion there, you know. Will you play on your server today? I may not. It's not likely, but there is a chance. I might play after stream, so I gotta do a little bit of grinding. But we'll see. We will see. Oh man, I know. It's so frustrating that you can't kill somebody just because you want to. I thought I got a free lawyer. I think I'd be okay in if I wanted to self-lawyer, or self-defense, whatever you want. I don't remember what it's actually called. But you'd be better off with a public defender than me, I can tell you that. Because I feel like I have a comfortable grasp on the law. And I do have pretty deductive reasoning, and I mean, like, you would assume that if somebody was going to try to kill you, you'd have the right to defend yourself, which you do. You do have the right to defend yourself. The problem is when there are confusing laws out there, like you can't eat fried chicken with a fork, and oh, hi Sleepy. Let me give you some shoutouts here. Welcome. How was your guys' stream? I know you guys are over there playing what was it, Death's Door? Yeah, Death's Door. How was stream? What did you guys get up to in Death's Door? Everybody go check out Sleepy. Sleepy also plays on ClutterCraft. Great streamer. Really great streamer. Ended up finishing the game. Now that is fantastic. That is fantastic. I'm glad. What if I lie to the police and I say that they attacked me, but they didn't? Most of them are wearing Well, most of the time, you'll get caught for lying, and if you do get caught for lying in a court of law, you typically will face a heavier sentence for obstruction of justice, would be my guess. But if you're a good enough liar and you're a good enough framer, you might be able to get away with it, technically speaking. But you gotta make sure there's no witnesses as well. That's the hard part. Not if I kill a judge. Okay. Well, welcome to everybody that was over there at Sleepy. You walked in on a really, really strange conversation. But to catch you guys up, we're over here on ClutterCraft, trying to get some slime for a TNT bomber. And it's going so well. But we've talked about things like making certain animals go extinct. And now we're on the point of killing people and doing it legally. So, I mean, it's great topics all around, you know? Yeah, I don't know why King brought up court and stuff. Totally not because you asked if you could kill somebody legally. I guess I should also mention, I guess if you live in, like, Texas, I'm pretty sure Texas has the standard ground law, which, allows you to use a certain amount of force necessary to stop a foe. Let me make sure I'm getting that right, though. I just want to double check. It provides that people may use deadly force when they reasonably believe it to be necessary to defend against certain violent crimes. Basically what I said earlier. I think a lot of places have the standard ground law, but I'm not sure. 38 states are standard ground states. So that would include Alabama, Alaska, Arizona, Arkansas, Florida, Georgia, Idaho, Indiana, Iowa, Kansas, Kentucky, Louisiana, Michigan, Mississippi, Missouri, Montana. I forgot about Montana. Who needs a Montana? Nevada, New Hampshire. I don't know how I became that, but forget I even said anything. North Carolina, North Dakota, Ohio, Oklahoma, Pennsylvania, South Carolina, South Dakota, Tennessee, Texas, Utah, West Virginia, Wyoming, and Puerto Rico. Interesting that they included Puerto Rico. I mean, Puerto Rico would be a U.S. territory, right? It'll kill someone by killing them in one of those specific places where laws don't exist because of legal loopholes. I mean, you could do that. You probably could get away with that too. If you really want to kill people, and you want to get paid for it, I highly recommend you join the army. I mean, that's not all they do. I know that's not all they do. But it's one of the few jobs that you could technically get paid for it. Oh, I don't want to kill people. Oh, you need to? Is that what I'm hearing? You need to kill someone? I need to. Okay, I'm understanding now. I'm understanding. Yeah, I mean, if you need to, then I mean, you must be able to, I guess. You know what I should do one day? I should call, like, every legal office in my area for, like, a video, and just ask them a question of, like, so, what is some legal ways I can kill somebody? And just see their answers. Most of them might call me, might call the police on me. We'll find out. I don't know. Actually, they probably won't give me any legal advice for free. That's just not their thing. Lawyers like to make money. That's one thing they really, really like to do. This is a joke. Government, please don't arrest me. Yeah, totally. 100% a joke. Honestly, there's been enough of me talking about it that I wouldn't be surprised if the FBI shows up sometime tonight. I'll know exactly why they pulled up to my house. Look, man, I just want some slime. No luck. No luck at all. Deer? Have we always had deer in the game? Like in this mod? Maybe? I don't know. Ah, slime. Let's see. Hey, isn't Elon Musk that guy that has a robo-baby? Or at least a fake one? I mean, he does have robots, and he does have a baby with a really weird name, or I don't know if the baby still has a weird name or not. But it's like X, Ash, something, yeah. So it's X, Ash 12 is what they're called. That's how you pronounce that little symbol, apparently. I watched a video on it the other night, because I was bored and I was scrolling through social media at 3 in the morning. And that's where I eventually ended up. The deer just live in specific biomes? Okay. Well, that's good to know. I didn't know. Now I know. Deer. I'll take it. I love having all these mobs in the game. I really hope Mojang gets around to adding some mobs like deer. Especially if they could find a way to make it like... I think teaching people about like responsible hunting in Minecraft would be an interesting concept. Like, add a realistic factor of it. So if you kill a lot of deer in your area, especially the young ones, then next time you go out there, there might not be as many deer to choose from, or there might not be any at all. And then, like, you know, maybe make it just so, like, you don't breed them yourself, they just do breed. Maybe a little bit overpowered, because you could easily farm that. But I think it's an interesting concept. I might have to put that up on, like, the, on the suggestion page. I think that would be an interesting idea, though. Especially because you could use it for bow hunting. Make the bow actually a useful weapon when it comes to killing animals. It's like, nobody uses a bow in Minecraft to kill things, unless it's like... Unless they're up high, or, for example, it's a mob. I guess you could kill that with the bow, but nobody's just gonna kill a, like a hostile mob they might, but nobody's gonna kill a cow with a bow. I can't remember the last time I have. Maybe I'm an outsider on that, I don't know. Welcome back, Flames. Welcome back. I have no idea how to pronounce that. So anyways, back to the murder thing. Okay. I am going to give you the best legal defense I can here, but, okay. Let's hear it. What if I stabbed them but washed the fingerprints off and had someone else the knife? So, in a scenario like that, so first off, you'd want to make sure the person that you stabbed was gone, like, they were dead, so they can't recall your face. Then you would need to make sure you give the knife that you cleaned and made sure that it's also has absolutely zero evidence of you having the knife. So nobody can even investigate you for it. Make sure the crime scene is clean of you, besides the murder, like, you know, make sure all that's clean. But as for the knife thing, you gotta make sure that the knife is traceable to the crime still. So I guess the blood on it, as long as you don't clean that off super well, there will still be traces of it, and they may test it. Depending on how far you plunge the knife into the guy's chest, I guess. I'd even try to be a witness to be less suspicious. That's an interesting point. You might be able to get away with that. I don't know. I've never been a witness to a crime like that. So I can't say that it would work. I don't know how all the witness thing goes. Just make sure you have a good, believable story. What did I walk in on? So you walked in on a conversation about how to get away with murder, basically. But instead of reading this boring old book, you get me. Wait, so what if instead I use a gun? So that one is a lot easy. It's pretty easy to trace, I've heard. Like, you gotta be very careful to get away with a gun murder. The reason for that being, I've heard, I don't know if this is true or not, I haven't got any facts right now to back that up, but I've heard that they can track gunpowder and stuff to an extent. Like, it's pretty hard to get off your fingers, first off, so if you get any on your fingers, you're done there. Now, I mean, if you're not using any form of gunpowder, I guess, maybe you'd be fine. But you gotta be careful about bullet casings, you gotta clean all that up. You gotta clean up everything if you're doing a gun crime, because a lot of that can be traced back to you. I was lighting fireworks. Where did this topic come from? I do it on the 4th of July. So that one you could actually paint as an accident, and you may actually... Well, no, that would be involuntary manslaughter. You can't get away with that one still. Unless you could rig the fireworks to explode in that guy's face, and then it would be on him. It would just be negligence on his part that he got hurt or died. That would be your best way to get away with some amount of murder. For example, you know how Alias's cats are dead on the server? I didn't mean for them to die. However, because of somebody else's negligence, they got them killed. If they just didn't pay attention when they walked into the room and didn't realize that they were setting off a tripwire hook. But I technically set up a trap. So what you're doing is you're just playing me in that scenario. You're just gonna set up the trap. And that would cause something else to happen. Now you gotta make sure, again, there is no link to you setting up such a trap. But I wanted them to know I set up the trap. Because that was kind of the whole deal, you know. If you go try to save your cat, it will die. Like, I told Alias that straight off the bat, like... I am curious to know how it died, though, like... Who stepped on that? Okay. How many slime blocks can we make? 7, right? We got 74. I mean, I guess 8. We can make 8. That might be enough for one machine. Oh. What's this? We can... Huh. I didn't know you could place blaze rods. The more you know. Okay, we need to go to 0, 0 now. Alright. So yeah, we're gonna make a carpet bomber. And honestly, if I wanted to get away with destruction of property, I could accidentally let the carpet bomber go off in a direction it wasn't supposed to, and it could separate houses and such, but I don't want to. Because I would really hate for that to happen. I'm not a monster, believe it or not, guys. I just have very intrusive thoughts, okay? Alright, let's get back to spawn, and we'll see what we can do out there. Hang on, I've been done pinged. Okay, we're good. I just want to double check. Alright. I could just put a Swedish FFV 028 anti-tank mine in a daycare center, and then I could just watch children brawl up like little fireworks? What is... Okay, that would be... That would be kind of funny. Not gonna lie. That might be a little bit funny. Now, I don't know that's a good idea. But it is an idea. What's wrong with you? That's what I'm saying. You see, Chaotic Citrus has been very open with their thoughts. So I'm just trying to be, you know, very kind about it, you know. I would never recommend killing kids. It's not a good plan. You typically almost, I would say 90% of people that do that would not get away. But if you're one of the 10%, good luck. I will be reporting you to the police. I sure do love seeing kids explode. I mean, they're so happy, you know? I mean, even the raspberry jam is like just exploding out of them. It's fun, right? Yeah, no. No. It's horrible. Merry Christmas. Dude, no. No, 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 no. It's not even past Thanksgiving. American Thanksgiving, I should say. I know we have a few Canadians out there, so I don't know when their Thanksgiving is, but American Thanksgiving hasn't happened yet. I have no words. You see, chaotic citrus leaves us all speechless very often. You kind of get used to it, I guess. But yeah, it happens. Welcome. Okay. So, can we all agree on one thing? Possibly. What is this? What are you gonna throw out here that's gonna make it agreeable? Sour cream and Oreos sounds pretty good. No. 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 Chaotic, no. Just no. What? Who in their... Whipped cream, yes. Sour cream, no. Who in their right mind? I'm speechless. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I don't have any words for that. It's literally basically the same as cream cheese filling. No. Cream cheese and sour cream do not taste anything alike. I mean, maybe I'm in the minority there. I mean, I very well could be. But as far as I know, they taste nothing alike. I feel attacked. I feel attacked too, man. These opinions are too strong. I just can't, I can't do it, man. Wow, that's, oof. That's gross. I can't, no. Just, no. Not happening, man. I've heard of people, like, replacing sour cream with mayonnaise, which seems really strange to me as well. I don't think that would work, but I have heard people do that. And I could see that being much more appropriate than putting sour cream and Oreos together, but I mean, I very well could be wrong. I very well could be wrong. Okay, I'm joking. Are you sure? Because, you know, no judgment here if that's actually what you believe. That it's actually good. But, okay, a lot of judgment from here, but I will try to be nice about it. I will try to be nice about it. Rowing in an ocean, rowing in an ocean. Rowing away. I don't know what to say. I triple pinky swear I don't like sour cream and Oreos. Okay. Okay. I'll believe you. I'll believe you on this one. Your fingers better not be crossed. Also, how are you doing, Snow Brawler? But here's a real opinion I have. Now let's hear it. This better not be about exploding kids. I don't know if my heart can take that anymore, man. Fruit snacks are the worst thing I've ever tasted in my life. Now get out. Get out. Just get out. Get out. You're kidding. You're kidding, right? You gotta be. No. I got no words for you, man. You've got problems. You've got problems. Not the worst, but they're bad. Like, real bad? No! They're good. I like Swedish fish, though. Dude. I don't know what to do with you. I don't know what to do with you. Like... Like, the fruit snacks are good. I can't think of a single fruit snack I don't like. Like, every brand is created equal, I feel like. All of them? No, they're all good. I can't believe what I'm hearing. Crap, where is he? Okay, he's still up there. I thought he was like right by the shoreline. Look at little Tim up there. He's having a good time. I don't know if he's gonna do anything or not. Besides Swedish fish, I'm mainly only talking about gummy bears and stuff. Gummy bears are the best. Sour gummy worms are good though. I love gummy bears, man. Sour gummy worms are tasty, yes. Okay. That's something we can agree on. So are Sour Patch Kids also yes, 100%. So are Sour Gummy Bears? Yes. 100%. Yes. We are agreeing. We are agreeing. This is good. This is good. We're getting somewhere. Oh, I'm actually lagging. Huh. A little bit framey. Huh, interesting. But normal M&Ms suck. Okay. Okay, you are... Skittles also suck. Okay. Now, are you just trying to be controversial or something? Are you just trying to be this way? Not sour Skittles, though. I don't know. Also, trying to muffle my cough here. Also, the normal types of M&Ms are okay. The not normal types. Okay. See, I do like the non-normal types as well. Like peanut M&Ms are good. They had a couple that were also really good. I can't remember the name of now. But I liked those as well. It's working! Oh no, I blew it up! Oh, it actually worked. Wait, I didn't blow it up. What? How does that work? Oh, that's fantastic. Watch you see like so many M&Ms more than the original. Oh, dude, that'd be funny. Okay. So we made a mistake. Okay. And also Skittles are, hold on, I have some right now. They alright? Skittles are great. Okay. At least you're somewhat sane. So, instead of putting it this close to the edge, like we did, I think I'm gonna move it over a little bit. So I'd rather not have these holes blend in together. There we go. Okay, but this next opinion is truth. Now, what controversial thing are you gonna say this time? I think I need to, flatten this area out before I build the bomber. I think that's our best bet here, so I'm gonna tear this down. Okay, toss out that stuff. Toss, put this in here, put this in here. Okay. I think we're okay here. It's not controversial. Doritos are not that good. Wait, wrong chip. Pringles worst chip. What the heck? What the actual heck is wrong with you? You can't be serious. You can't be serious. They're worse Lays? No, Lays are bad. Lays are worse. Actually, I just like any chip. I'm gonna preface that by this. Lays are worse than Pringles, though. I can say that without a guilty conscience. Do they still sell Pringles? I think they do. I thought they do. I mean, I hate the gimmick, like, putting them in a can is the worst. But, I mean, to each their own, I guess. I hate that they do that. I wish they'd just sell them in a bag, but... Because, I mean, the times I've gotten my hands stuck in the can, or the times where I can't get to the last chip without, like, tipping over the entire thing, and at that point you get all the crumbs all over you and stuff. It's horrible. It's horrible. But I do like Pringles. Let's see. Yeah, okay, I remember that Pringles are okay-ish. Okay, okay. And Lay's are less so than okay-ish. Okay. I can at least... I can get behind that statement, sort of. What did they do to the logo? They simplified it, if I remember correctly. They're committing to the modern... they're committing to the modern look of every single logo ever these days, and so in an attempt to simplify everything, it's kind of lost its really amazing look. Dasani is horrible. This can't be controversial. I don't remember the last time I had bottled water, man. I can't remember that. I'm probably not able to find it because it probably blends in with all generic Simple Brains. Yeah, exactly. Like, I see it sometimes, I think, but I don't go to the store enough to really remember. It's just one of those things you see and you go, oh yeah, that's a thing. Is the new Pringles logo good? Okay, bet. We're gonna make a poll. Alright, guys. Go vote in the poll. Is the new Pringles logo good? Is the new Pringles logo good? Let me pull it up here so I can get a point of reference. It's so dumbed down from the original look. Everybody's getting no. Let's go. Okay, I gotta go kill this guy. He's being annoying. Coca-Cola and Pepsi is the same thing, and nothing anyone or anything says will change my mind about this. I did my boy dirty. So, I actually don't mind. I don't like to drink soda all the time, but when I do drink it, it's typically Coke. Personally, I feel like, I like the taste of Coke better, first off, but, I don't hate soda. It's just, if I drink some, I limit myself to one a day, because it's so bad for my teeth, so I try to not drink too much. Because my dental hygiene isn't the best. I mean, I'd rather not cause me any cavities if I could. Marshmallows suck so bad. Okay, shut your dirty mouth. Why have I not banned you yet? All the heresy. Oh my gosh. Jeez, man. Dudes over here just spitting out hot takes. Have you seen the Pringles chips? I don't believe I have. I gotta look this up. You can buy Prongles? Is this just off-brand Pringles, but probably better somehow? How much does it cost? From the company formerly known as Cards Against Humanity? No way. No way. They're sold out of both salt and potato and onions and cream. But they're coming out with a new flavor at some point. America flavor. Interesting. Huh. It's just bad, sticky, icky sugar cubes. Nothing good except mixed with things to make them a different texture and sweeter. But plain they suck. Interesting. I don't personally agree with that, but you know what? Hot takes are, I guess, allowed. I'll allow it. It's apparently well loved versus Pringles now. Interesting. The more you know. It's a 5-0. It has been determined the new Pringles logo is not as good. It's just not good at all. I mean, it's so basic. Like, I could draw that. Dude, I would eat marshmallows plain, honestly. Like, right now, if I had a bag of marshmallows, I popped about 30 of them today in this one stream. It's unhealthy, I know, but I mean, like, I would eat them. I love marshmallows. Cheerios aren't cereal. Aren't real cereal. Now, define real cereal. I mean, like, by today's standards, yeah, definitely not. Most, if not all, cereal brands nowadays are just used to, like, give you a ton of sugar. Basically give you diabetes early on in life, just so you know that you have it. It's like they want to guarantee your spot with it. Cheerios are only baby food for babies. An interesting thought. Seems Pringles is actually getting negative growth now. No way. No way. That's insane. Wheat pieces you put in milk to eat. Well, yeah, I guess you're kind of right. Except the milk part. I don't eat cereal with milk. I have to eat it plain. The milk ruins it for me. But that being said, I'm intrigued. I kind of find your take here acceptable. Let me see if I can get up on the roof here. It's like 2% though, so it's not actually a big issue right now, negative 2%. I mean, but still, for a business that is as big as Pringles, I'd say. I mean, they're like a household name, I would argue. Most people would know exactly what you're talking about if you told them about Pringles. That's a pretty big deal to lose 2%. That's insane. It's actually crazy. Oh my goodness. I'm like coming to the realization Pringles could be gone when I'm old. Any company I know and love could be gone when I'm old. Oh. I mean, I guess they'll get what they deserve, you know? If they're good companies, they'll survive. If they're not, they won't. You are a lizard inside of a human skin suit. If you don't like cereal with milk, you should get the death penalty if you are a convicted felon. What the heck? How dare you? Excuse you? You could be gone when I'm old. That's very true. I could be dead within 2 years. Let's be honest here, guys. The chances of death are high. It's very high. But it's a risk I'm willing to take. I always thought that's kind of interesting, though. I know it was a little bit of a pause there, but I'm going to continue on this little track. I just wanted to gather my thoughts before I said something I'd regret. The very fact that, you know, you could be born literally today, and I could also die today, and you would have no idea who I was. Now, I mean, obviously none of us were born today. Otherwise, you're breaking Twitch TOS. What are you doing? But, I mean, think about it this way. Stan Lee, often attributed as greatest comic book writer of all time, right? He died, like, what? 7 years ago, I want to say? Kids these days aren't gonna know him as well. And that's mind-blowing. Like, he was very well known. I mean, Betty White, for example. Betty White's another one. Very recently, when I say very recently, it's not very, very recent, but, you know, she died. She's gonna be less known next generation than this generation. And, like, something that's part of our daily life wouldn't be a part of somebody else's necessarily. Minecraft could eventually become the same way. I mean, I don't think Minecraft ever will truly die. Too many people do too much with the game for it to ever truly go away. People see the limit and then proceed to break it every day. Okay. Haribo gummy bears are horrid. You're wrong. You're wrong. Playing caramel sucks. True. Caramel in things is good, though. What's a Betty, right? JK, wow. Wow. Oh, hey. Give me your head. Oh, he did not. I think what these past few streams have really taught me is I'm getting old. Because I keep going into, like, existential crisis mode of realizing, oh yeah, as I'm getting older, people aren't going to have the same experience as me. Or, I've been playing Minecraft longer than most people that have been playing the game have been alive. Like, I've been playing Minecraft for 10 years. I'm eating a Haribo cola thing. Oh gosh, here we go. I'm spitting it out now, it sucks. Why are you eating poison? I've not had one of those, so I'm not gonna begin to speak on it, but, to each their own, you know? 0 out of 10. Like I said, to each their own. I probably wouldn't like it either. It really would confuse the heck out of me when, hang on. When, Coke did their, Tic Tacs, but they, like, the Tic Tac, Coca-Cola Tic Tac flavoring and stuff. It was so weird. Or Tic Tac flavored, Coca-Cola flavored Tic Tacs. There we go. Words are hard, man. Or I guess grammar is just hard, but, I didn't understand that. But I guess some people really did like it. It was really weird. It's carbonated. Why is it carbonated? They carbonated a gummy bear? I'm assuming it's a gummy bear. I mean, I know you can carbonate really anything you want, but why would you do that? I don't know, man. I'm perplexed. Dude, how many wither skeletons have I killed? I just want to know, man. $133. And I'm still needing my third skull. It's shaped like a cola bottle. Pineapple's not good. Agree. I agree. Pineapples are not good. Okay, I'm not getting any luck here, but I do need to take a quick break. I wish I got a skull, but it's just not happening. But I do need to take a small break, so we'll see. Lies. Pineapple is so bad. I hate it. I prefer nitrogen infused instead of carbonated. I've been intrigued by that. I haven't had any of the nitrogen infused, but I have heard that it was actually a little bit better from a good majority of the people I've known that tried it. I almost did try it, but I decided against it. It just kind of seemed like one of those marketing gimmicks where it was like, oh yeah, we're selling this new Coca-Cola or this new Pepsi or whatever. It's just the same rebranded thing basically, but with something else. I don't know. My mom's allergic and they can't do it like that. Tell me one bad thing about it. I hate the flavor of pineapple. Everything about pineapple I really don't like. Like even the texture, the way it's like juice is on it. It just feels so slimy to touch, I guess. I don't know. Plus it comes out on this like really prickly plant. I hate pineapple. I hate it, man. I can't do it. The flavor itself is the big thing though, like I just can't. Use a toothpick. I mean, it doesn't fix the problem of when it gets in my mouth. And once it's in my mouth, I have to actually, like, eat it, I guess. I mean, to each their own, like I say, but it's kind of bad, not gonna lie. Pears are better than apples. I personally disagree. Personally disagree. Apples are just so good. I love myself a good apple. Which is weird, because I don't like pineapple. And you would just assume by name that the two would taste similar, right? They do not. At least not to me, I could be wrong. Your opinion is wrong and dumb. I don't know, man, I don't know. Let me get some bread and then we're gonna turn it into toast. Don't have your own opinions. A pine cone and a pineapple taste pretty different too. I mean, you're not wrong. You are not wrong. And what's with that? Like, I don't get it, man. I don't get it. They really should taste the same, if we're honest. Toast, 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 toast. Can't believe I'm making toast. Toast. It makes me go, owie, ow. When did you eat a pine cone? Look, man, we don't talk about that. This is not instant. I just want to check something really quick. Didn't it say it would make it instantly? Okay, magically. I read it wrong. My bad. Oh. Okay, how much does this do? Oh yeah, that's good. That's good stuff. I thought I already had that achievement. Maybe I didn't? I don't know. Alright guys, I'm gonna be right back. I need to take a minute to get some water. I might find something to eat briefly. You know, general break. Everybody, you know, you go do the same. Go get some water, go get something to snack on. We'll be back in about 3 minutes. I'll see you guys here in a second.
something new. You could tell he's lying cause his lips move. You could tell he's lying cause his lips move. It must be nice to be the reason his work it ain't so bleak. That must be what motivates you. And that must be what motivates you. All he needs is to see you smiling. And what you light up is so weak. Imagine the kind of things he'd do to you if there weren't so many cameras. And you're keeping a dark secret, but you're talking in your sleep. Totally banned from the kitchen, citing workplace health concerns. But they wouldn't tip you if it healed you. No, they wouldn't tip you if it healed you. She says the country's sweating out a fever born by what you do. And what kind of pressure did they put on you? What kind of pressure did they put on you? Well, at least she's waiting for you. Glass of wine after a long day. She'll dry your eyes on serviette tray. Dry your eyes on serviette tray. Fall asleep in her dad's Ford Mondeo that you stole from him yesterday. You look so cute when you're so angry. If I'm going down, you're coming with me. And you think that it gets better. Just you wait until next week. You're keeping a dark secret, but you're talking in your sleep.
Alright, we are back, everybody. Back at it again. How is everybody doing after that midstream break? Burnt toast is still pretty good. It's tasty. Burnt toast is still good and tasty. This isn't one of my jokey joke trolly trolls either. I think burnt toast tastes yummy. Okay. Now, how burnt are we talking? Like, if it's very, very burnt, like burnt all the way down to the center, I personally think I would have to disagree. But I think a little bit of burn on there, not so bad. Now if you got something like, let's say, some butter put on across the top of a burnt piece of toast, it wouldn't be so bad either. I think I'd be okay with that as well. This type of burnt, okay. Oh, you weren't kidding, you like it burnt, okay. Let's see if this actually turns into toast. It does! Oh, this is awesome. No butter makes it less bitter. What is wrong with you? That's... it makes it taste better. I mean, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I am wrong. I don't know. But I mean, I feel pretty confident that I'm right. I don't know. Okay. Bitter is tangy and tangy is tasty. That's an interesting thought. I'm not sure I necessarily agree. But, again, as I've been saying for the past couple minutes, past couple of hours now, to each their own. Okay. So, let's go back to the Nether. We have to... We're desperately trying to get that last Wither skeleton head, for a beacon. Like, if I don't... I do have looting 3, right? I do. Okay. So, technically speaking, it shouldn't be much longer until we get a Wither skeleton skull, right? I mean, it's a 1 in 40 chance that you get one, I think. Let me double check that. How often do Wither skeleton skulls drop in Minecraft?
It's on the web.
Okay. So there is... Okay. Drops. Okay. There is a 2.5% chance of a Wither skeleton skull dropping when killed by a player or tamed wolf. Looting increases the chance by 1% per level. So it's at a 5.5%. So if it's 5.5%, you need to get that to 100. So 5.5 times 100. It's like what, every... Oh, okay, I see what you tried to say there, okay. I got really concerned for a second about what you were doing to your toast. I was really concerned what you were doing to your toast, Chaotic. Also this much burnt. That's a C-section of the toast. By C-section, I mean cross-section. Toast. Cooked bread. Not toes. But hello, Nuggy, how are you doing? We're just hanging out on ClutterCraft, trying to find a Wither skeleton skull. Theoretically speaking, it shouldn't be too much longer until we get one. We just need one more. Toes, what? Murder, bloodshed. I might just quit school and take a GED. Now, I'm... If you don't want to answer that, that's fine, but may I ask why? And I'm not gonna try to persuade you in any direction, but I'm just curious. School sucks? Yeah, you're right. You are 100% right. I'm not even gonna argue against that. You're right. I can't remember the last time I heard somebody say, "Oh, I love school so much." Besides, like, the beginning of or right at the end of summer, where they're like really excited to go back to school and see their friends. That's the only reason they actually like school. Why am I here? I guess I can set spawn. But also, realistically, I'd have to be stuck in French class for 5 years, so I'd rather not. Yeah. French kind of sucks. I mean, we've already discussed our distaste for the French people. So I mean, I mean, you know. I'm assuming French would be taught by somebody who knows French people, so... Or 1. I had to restart French class 2 since I haven't passed since I was like 11. Will you please refill my water, waiter? See, I never would have guessed. French sucks just as much as the British. Honestly, you're right. Let me try to think. Who's the last French person I met? There was this guy at Disney World I met that was French. He was a jerk. The last British person I've met would have been, I guess, technically. Oh. I mean, he lives in. Oh, skull. It's a skull. It's a skull. It's a skull, guys. It's a skull. We're free. Maybe we can get a spare one just in case, you know. Okay, we got it. We got it. We got it. We got it. Let's go. French say gender objects. Bro, it's literally a language based off of sexism. Leonardo DiCaprio, Leonardo da Vinci. That's funny. That's actually really funny. Alright, let's get out of here and let's go fight the Wither. Crash this one. I mean, fascism. I mean, it sounds really appealing, doesn't it? Suddenly, I have some sudden urge to commit war crimes. My French teacher yelled at me when I used the new gender-neutral pronoun. I'm not familiar with there being another new one, but not cool, first off. Maybe a gentle nudge to not do that, but that's still not really appropriate. I mean, I know Canada's different, so I'm not gonna say much about their policies or whatever. But generally speaking, a classroom isn't for that type of thing. Like, you shouldn't be correcting somebody based on, like, which wording they use, I guess. I don't know. I don't get it. I don't get it. It's not like I got the answers wrong. It's completely right. She just refuses to believe it exists. That's where that's wrong, yeah. Yeah, it's like, you can disagree with it, but if it's right, you still have to, like, accept it as an answer. Like, it's not... And you can disagree with it being around, I guess. We're not gonna force you to believe it, but you can't count somebody wrong over it because you don't like it. At least that's my viewpoint on it. I don't know. War crimes, those are illegal. Like a chair is a girl and a table is a dude. Like, I hate everything about French. What? Let's cheer up. He's got me through some hard times, man. I'm stream delay. To be fair, I haven't met a French teacher that's not 60 years old. That's fair. That's fair. Kind of funny, but still fair. In America, carts are girls. It's either it's either neutral or female. I mean, same with boats. I mean, all of our boats are she's. They're all named as a girl. Kind of funny. You refer to a table, it's a he, and a chair is a she. And every single object is gendered. That is so weird. That is so weird. Like, I mean, I guess that's what it's built on. That's like, you just said the America car thing for me? Oh geez, you are behind. Try refreshing. If it's still behind, let me know. And I'll see if I can fix anything. That is so strange. Oh, that shoe? It's a girl, actually. That is so insane. I don't know what to say about that. I have no words. That's that's insane. Wait. Okay. Oh, those glasses you're wearing? It's also a girl. Hey, Chaotic! Welcome back. Hopefully it works now. Do I not have... I do, okay. I haven't fought a Wither in a very long time. So I'm trying to remember the best tactics for this. I'm no longer stream delayed. Sweet. Let's go. Oh, that shirt? It's a man. You gotta love French, right? That's so weird. I don't get it one bit, but you know what? I will never be taking French, so I'm safe, I think. So back to the subject of felonies. What the heck? You know, there's a difference between hi and hello in French. It literally gets worse. What? What the heck? They're both greetings. Like, I know in, like, Korean, for example, you use certain, like, greetings for certain people, so, like, if there's an older... Anybody that's older than you use one greeting. For somebody that's younger than you use a different greeting. But it's so weird. Salute is hi, and it's non-formal, and bonjour is professional to greet your teacher or boss. What the heck? I mean, I can see where they're coming from with it. But still... I just... I don't get it, man. Okay. If I rob a bank, but I don't take any money after they are around the building, will they still be able to arrest me? So it depends on the manner of it, I guess? I guess, like, so, for example, if you didn't have, like, any threats, then you would not be inciting any violence, and it would not be an act of terror or any of that. So, theoretically, if you did it that way, maybe, and you could just say it was all a misunderstanding. However, if you walked in there and said, "Give me the money," they have to do that based on policy, and I do believe the police could still arrest you for that. It's kind of like why there's a law for running into a movie theater and yelling fire, for example. It's giving the implication that you are going to do something. So, I mean, it depends. I don't know. It's the answer, I guess. It said Salu and, like, Bonnu. Guess how to say that. I would assume it's Bonnier or something like that, but Bonnut is how I would pronounce it because I'm American and I'm also from the South and I made up my own words. America has that too. Apologies is formal and sorry is non-formal. True. Bonnuit. What the heck? What is with the French, man? They couldn't just make it simple? Just get good with grammar, bro. Although, I guess English is not much better, I guess, because, like, we have rules that we don't follow half the time. You know what? I'm curious. Oops, I need this one over here. So, we're gonna fight the Wither, I guess. We're gonna have a beacon. This could go so poorly. I had this convo on a different channel not long ago, really? Oh, that's interesting. That's kind of funny, because I was talking about how humans could literally never die if cellular decay never happened, or if cellular regeneration happened faster, we would never die. And apparently, one of the viewers' science teachers said the same exact thing today. Tu penses vous de Pelou? De Pelé? I don't know. Chaotic Citrus knows what I'm about to go ham with. What if I killed a man in his late 50s in Connecticut and threw the body in the ocean so I don't get caught? Of course, wrapping the body bad to make sure it didn't get fingerprints on it. Would I still get caught? Hypothetical. You could, but you might not. It depends on where the body ends up in the ocean. So, there's a couple of options here. A lot of people will never find it. It would take them a long time to find it this way. They'd have to know where to look. If you got some heavy weights and then dropped it somewhere in probably international waters, somewhere very deep that they wouldn't be able to find it quickly, that would be the best place to dump it if you were dumping it in the ocean. I personally don't recommend that method. But you know, that would be my my point, I think. We change the English alphabet to remove the letter C. You know what? That's a great idea. Wonderful idea. Key pause voodoo poulet. Washing the body bag, you silly dyslexic man. I don't recommend, but you don't condone. Is this allowed on Twitch? I mean, I've talked about it way too much now to just go back. I mean, at this point, I'm too deep. If I get banned, you guys know why. Fish would likely rip open the bag, leaving the body to float up to the surface. Yeah. See, what I would recommend, if I were to, which I'm not, if I were to, you know, want to kill somebody and get away with it and put it in the ocean, your best bet would be self-cremation. Not on yourself, but doing it yourself. So you gotta have the right setup, and you gotta make sure that you're doing it in a good enough location that's not gonna be spotted. So, you know, that thick smoke and that smell, you gotta make sure to contain that properly so nobody suspects anything. Once you have the ashes, you need to... Oh yes, self-cremation. Yeah. Basically, you want to get the ashes somewhere, and then you could take that to the ocean so nobody could track the ashes back to the person. If they can't identify the remains, they don't have a way to tie it to you being the murderer. That's what I would say. Or you could just snort the ashes. Yeah, snort grandma, why don't you? What if I incinerated it so there's no evidence? Unfortunately, I'm not sure that's how that works. But, you know, it could be worth a shot. Wait. Okay, let's hear this out before I start fighting the Wither. Scientists would probably count the rings of the nearest tree to determine the murderer and who was the dead body to. Yeah, I mean, you're right. Just wet the ashes and use them as paint. Oh, that's the most brutal thing ever. Kill someone and act like you are spreading the ashes in the ocean, like in the will or something. Nobody would suspect a thing. Here's the problem with murder. In order to actually get away with it, you don't want to dump the body in the area that you killed it. But you also don't want to leave a cookie crumb trail for people to follow. So your best bet, if you kill somebody on like the West Coast, for example, you want to head down south, probably, and drop it off somewhere there. That would be my opinion. Because suddenly it's like, okay, there was murder, the body's here, so it's gotta be somewhere in this community. So you were gonna murder somebody, you don't want to live in the same community, first of all, but you also don't want to be spotted in the same area, so you gotta be careful, you gotta have a disguise, it's a lot of work to kill somebody, more work than what it's worth, honestly. In my opinion. Alright, let's kill this guy. I should have built some iron golems. Not even close. Not even close. That was loud. Okay. Okay, thanks for the info. Breaking news, could your children be planning the next chain murder? Yeah, I mean... Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if the next big murderer is a minor. Our generation is pretty messed up. I mean, they're doing like the blackout challenge. For those of you who don't know, don't do it. First off, yeah, don't do it. But second, it's basically where you cut off all oxygen to your body to make yourself pass out. It's a stupid challenge. Don't do it. And yet, because parents haven't watched their kids and what they're consuming on TikTok, people have actually done it and died. It's horrible. It's horrible, but it's like if parents would actually step in and parents, you know, we probably wouldn't have had any of this problem happen. But here we are, parents not doing their jobs, relying on the school system to babysit their kids in the mornings, and then doing who knows what in the evenings, probably getting drunk, doing weed or whatever. And it's like, you've got kids to take care of, man. At least take some part in raising your kid. Don't let the state raise them, because that's messing them up pretty bad too. I don't know, man. I get mad. I get mad pretty quickly when I watch things like that happen, because it's due to the parents' neglect. In no case should a kid be on TikTok. I know I am sounding hyper overactive over an issue that's not mine, but it's a problem. It's a problem. It's a really big problem. Anyway, yeah, that's what I gotta say about that. A 10-year-old died already. Yeah. Gee, I got trunked 2 days in a row. 2 days ago and almost got kidnapped. I don't know if I talked about that terrible experience. Jeez. I'm glad you didn't get kidnapped. I'm really glad you didn't get kidnapped. Something to note is that even if you breathe in oxygen again, you might be too deprived of oxygen for your body to do anything with the oxygen you breathe in. Yeah, exactly. Your brain can go, what was it, like 5 minutes without oxygen, and then you're dead. Like, you're actually dead at that point. I honestly completely agree, yeah. It's like, the internet is not a place for people who don't understand common sense yet. It's kind of why we have the Terms of Service and the Child Online Protection Act and stuff like that. That stuff is really... It sounds really annoying at first, but it's important. I mean, when you're looking at cases where 10-year-olds are dying, and you're looking at cases where kids are at all depressed, like, this is a pretty big deal. Don't do challenges, challenge, yeah. Like, honestly, so what if your kid is missing out on the big trends and stuff? I'd rather my kid not be dead. Now, I'm not putting blame on the parents, first off, in that case scenario. I haven't read too much into it. I just saw an article today about how it did happen, and it is horrible that it happened, but I'm not gonna blame anybody, because I don't know. But I took a substance and added alcohol into it, and I couldn't walk, and someone was trying to take me home with me, and I just yelled to my friend, and I was outside, and then I was home, woke up, and puked. Oh, that sounds like a horrible, horrible time. So far I'm winning. No way, me too, man. I haven't done any challenges yet. Okay, that being said, I used to do the cinnamon challenge before I knew it was a challenge. I'll touch on that a little later, but I wish all challenges were just like ice bucket challenge level stuff. Yeah, I mean, there's no need for any amount of harm, like the milk crate challenge. You guys remember that thing going around? when people were walking on top of milk crates just expecting to not fall. I've seen challenges where it's like the, oh, what was the challenge called? The basic challenge premise was you just stand in the middle of the street and see if you get hit. I don't remember what it was called. It was a horrible challenge, though. It's like, what is this stuff? What is my generation doing? Are we really that depressed that we just want to stand and see? Challenge. Will the world kill me today? I did the Tide Pod challenge. Oof. Reverse blackout challenge. Wow. Okay, I'm gonna go back up to the top here and read what you guys said earlier, because I want to see it. Honestly, just Jeffrey Dahmer. Put a barrel of acid underground, like deep in the forest, though. Landmines in a play area still sounds like a good idea. Oh my gosh. Little tiny fireworks. So with the acid underground, yes. Actually, very, very... As much as I hate saying it, it was a very smart tactic. It was a very, very smart tactic. Blow your lungs up with oxygen challenge. Yeah, let's go with that one too. It's just like, the amount of stupid things I've seen on the internet in the past couple of days, it's just like, what's next? Are we gonna have the don't press the red button challenge, where if you press the red button a nuke falls from the sky? Is that where we're next? Is that the next game that President Putin is gonna play? I don't know. And for anybody wondering, I'm joking about that one. I'm not worried about that happening anytime soon. That being said, should I be worried? That's debatable. But I'm lucky to live in a land that probably won't let that happen. At least to me. Not saying anybody's country would let it happen, but some countries don't have the power to do it. I think that's the word I'm looking for. Y'all know the balloon, not so much a balloon challenge filled with water. Yes, I know what you're talking about. I know what you're talking about. What are the other messages? Good question. Good question. I think it's always interesting the challenges we come up with. The old ones? Oh, the old ones. Wait, I'm remembering the mini challenges now. Oh yeah. There's so many challenges out there, like the cinnamon challenge, the nutmeg challenge, the sleepy chicken challenge, where they put NyQuil, or it was Dayquil, it was one of them, on their chicken as they were cooking it, and it would cook it down, and it would be a more pure form of NyQuil or Dayquil, and it would kill you, or highly damage you, and the fumes would also damage your lungs. It was stupid. So stupid. My generation is doomed. Like the whale challenge or something online, then like Momo and like the chapstick one, yeah. Now, a lot of those aren't as harmful, like the chapstick challenge, a little bit strange to film yourself doing, but you know what? More power to ya. Russian roulette challenge. The original challenge. The Russian roulette challenge. Oh no, that's horrible. Honestly, 2 out of 10 generation rating. We've progressively gotten worse. And I don't know where that comes from. Like, genuinely, I think something is wrong and we're not getting the help we need. But I don't know what it is. Because I feel like I've been raised really well, I would say. I feel like I turned out okay, did I? Do any of you remember the ball machines that gave you a random chance for a gumball or rubber ball? Yes, I do. Those were the original gambling machines. At least when we were kids. And you weren't even betting on skill, you were betting on completely out of your control odds. Did you see the challenge where people break into cars? Yes. That one was so stupid. Me and my friends did a Russian roulette challenge when we were like 12 and put a sharp object under a styrofoam cup. You Canadians sure are something else. I think devolving is better than evolving at this point. Children's Russian roulette. Jeez. There's like 10 cups or something. Oh gosh, the DB6 challenge. Dude, it's so concerning, the challenges that have occurred. I'm very concerned. Because everybody's searching for the biggest and best thing. And so it's like, okay, well, to do the biggest and best thing, now I have to step it up. And so, you know, where do you draw the line? Well, somebody with morals would say, well, if it doesn't harm somebody else, then it's okay. If it doesn't put me in direct harm, it should be pretty okay. Life-threatening harm. I mean, every challenge should have some amount of risk to it, but not anything serious like you could die or you could get seriously injured, but something like maybe a minor pinch or shock, you know, that kind of stuff. And yet, it's one of those things of how did we get to this point? We decided, yeah, a challenge where I'm going to not breathe. Who in their right mind? Who in their right mind says, yes, let me put myself in harm's way for views? Like, I do that in Minecraft, but it's a video game! It's a video game! I brought out Little Timmy for a video game. If Little Tim Tim existed in real life, I would not have tried this. But I did it in a video game, because it wouldn't kill me in real life. I don't get it, man. Someone at my old school stole a sink. Canadians are half French, not all of us know. That's what a French person would say. Someone stole a sink, a toilet seat, a locker, a water fountain, a teacher's computer, an actual door, and I know you're thinking there's actually no way. For the next year the school is in debt fixing all the damages. That's insane. And that bothers me. Because that reflects on me poorly, because I'm part of that generation. And I mean, most people, you know, looking at it wouldn't say, oh yeah, that he's a good kid, or they're a bad kid, or whatever, but generally speaking, it adds to the stereotype. The younger generation just doesn't care. They don't have any sense of respect. And you know what, I kind of agree. But you would kidnap a cat in real life, I would. Crime challenge impossible, I know. It's like, our generation is really not helping ourselves with getting the respect that we want and crave, because we act like intolerable brats. I'm not even kidding with that, I don't think. Like, I don't know what to think about my generation because of the way we act. To be honest, we are. Yeah. I can't count the amount of times I go on to Twitter and there's people asking for only free stuff there. Or saying Elon Musk should have paid for world hunger instead of buying Twitter. Well, it's... You can argue all you want that he should have done with it, but it's his money. I mean... Like... If you want to help somebody, yeah, you go ahead and do it, but don't tell somebody else to spend their money to help somebody else. Like, sure, you can ask for help, but I can tell you this, world hunger will always be around. You can never fix it unless you truly go to a system where every government worked together to make sure everybody got what they needed, and just didn't charge anything. But the problem with that is you're trying to make sure that nobody would have any amount of greed whatsoever. And that's just not how that works. Humans themselves have corrupted their culture with greed. I don't know. Deep thoughts with King. To be honest, we are. Yeah, we are better. Or just me specifically. You hear about him selling his burnt hair? I did not hear about that. That's kind of weird, but you know what? To each their own? Exclamation mark Prime. Why are you here? Also, speaking of Twitch Prime, did you know that you can subscribe to your favorite Twitch streamer for free? Yes, each month you can subscribe to your favorite streamer, cough, if you link your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account. I take it this is a hint that I need to make a command for Prime. As always though, thank you, Memer, for mentioning that. It was your Twitch. I appreciate it. I appreciate that. I'll have to make that a command at some point. I think that'd be cool. I really want to revamp the suggestions page on the Discord. But unfortunately it's not going so well, because they won't give me forums. Which is kind of the one thing I need at this moment, so it happens. Goofy moderation, yeah. My bad, it's a perfume called Burnt Hair, sold for $100. Oh yeah. Now that you mention it, I do remember hearing about perfume. I didn't know it was called Burnt Hair. The country of the free is the 26th most free country out of 193. That's that's wonderful. Let's see, so it's... I'm trying to remember how to build a beacon. I think it's, what, 9x9, then 7... No. 7x7? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I'm gonna go spend time with the parents. See ya? Alright, see ya, Memer. Thanks for popping in, though. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I think it's 9x9 on the bottom, but I can't remember. Yeah, it needs one more layer, doesn't it? We don't have enough. That's fine. I honestly want to go to Norway. Norway would be really cool to go to at some point. I really want to visit the world at some... Like, honestly... One of my biggest dreams for content creation, I think, is I want to visit, like, almost every country, if not every country. And kind of go on, like, a quote-unquote world tour. You know, visit every country and, you know, maybe do something good in each place I go, you know. Because I don't want to attract, like, a crowd and then it turned into, like, one of those things where they trash the town or something. Maybe we do, like, a project there every town we stop in, we do something with them in exchange for using a venue or something, I don't know. King goes to Canada? Eventually, I'd love to, yeah. Richest and most free country and large-scale acceptance of minorities. That's nice. Generally speaking, I've heard Norway is actually, for one, a beautiful country. And then for two, they're just very nice people. But, I don't know. I'm voting Ottawa, but at least somewhere in Ontario. I would love to. I probably, in big countries like Canada and Russia, given if Russia is safe to go to by the time I reach that point where I can actually, you know, visit, I'll have to visit multiple towns. Like, in the US, for example, I would hate somebody to miss out because they couldn't come to a show in Los Angeles, but they could come to one in New York, for example. I don't know. We're not quite at that point. We're not even close. I mean, I have a fan from... Or I shouldn't say fan. I have a viewer from just about every continent, I believe. I had one in Asia for a while, but I think we lost them. We've had many in Europe. We've had one in Australia. America, obviously, United States. No, we haven't had one in South America yet. We've had some in Central America, though. I mean, Antarctica, I guess we haven't had any from there either. But still. Quebec, well, if you don't like French people, because they suck, don't go. Yeah. It would be kind of funny to go there and then talk about how much I hate French people or something. And I don't know what I would do for an event, like, would it just be me? Would it be like me and like ClutterCraft? Would it be like me hosting a giant LAN party? Imagine like I don't know how a convention would work for that kind of stuff. I mean, I have really big dreams for being a content creator because I think growing up I saw what people could do with it, and then it's only gotten bigger since then. Just yell at French people equals content. You all suck! And then they're all like, excusez-moi! No, that... It would be funny, but I don't know if I'm allowed to do that. Choi? Okay, so we need more blocks, and I don't have blocks. Let me see. I might be able to gather up some diamonds to make it work. I mean, I don't think I've ever heard of a content creator actually hosting their own event like that. I'm just now realizing I could be the first if I really wanted to. Like, actually make it that big. I mean, I know Dream has talked about doing it, but I've been thinking about it long before he even mentioned it, man. But, I mean, I'd have to wait till I was probably around Dream's size in order to be able to do that, because he's just... He's actually got the audience to do something like that. Whereas somebody like me, I have 600 followers. Not saying 600 followers is bad by any means, that's actually really good. But to pull off an event like that, you'd have to have a lot of people. Guess you could always RSVP, do that kind of thing. And I don't know if I can make it... I'd have to try to find a way to make it as cheap as possible. Because I want everybody to be able to attend. I don't want, like, ticket price to be the reason somebody couldn't go. I don't know if there'd be a way to do it or not. Because realistically, visiting every country to do that, so... What would that be like? I mean, there's a lot of small countries that you would just Uber to, probably. Instead of, like, flying into each one. So airfare might not be as bad. But, I mean... That would be hard. It'd be hard. And, I mean, I'd want to do it all within a year as well. So... You might be looking at doing 4 countries a day. Or not a day, I'm sorry. 4 countries a week. Maybe even more, depending on the country and the place and such. Day? Oh, jeez. Yeah, I mean... Why not just do 4 a day? I mean, casually, I could do it. I mean, I guess realistically speaking, you go to like some of those really small countries, you might as well combine some of those countries into one. So maybe not necessarily go and say, I'm gonna do all of... I'm trying to think of a small country now, like Cuba, for example. Maybe you don't go to each of the small countries in that area, but you just do like a Caribbean... not necessarily concert, because I wouldn't be doing music. I'm trying to think of the correct term. Convention. That would probably be the best bet there, I would say. I mean, everybody owns a boat, don't they? And I mean, that is, theoretically speaking, if I could even get that far. I mean, statistically speaking, most... I think it's like 1 in every 10 content creators actually succeed and make full-time income. I'm hoping to be one of the 1 in 10, but you know, it doesn't always happen that way, so it's like, you gotta play a balancing act. Not a very good metric when you're trying to convince people, you know. I'd say I'm on track for something good. It's been very gradual, but I've enjoyed the journey. I actually want to really make some videos about getting started on Twitch for people, because I think I've noticed a lot of people, especially as of late, have been coming into my streams, and they've also been streamers, but there's been minor things here and there. It's been like, I really, really think this would help, but there's not a nice way to address it with them, because then it makes me sound like a jerk for calling them out on it. So I just made a video addressing it instead of addressing it to them directly. I think it would fix it. But, I don't know. Like, there's a lot you can do, I guess. I've been pivoting YouTube for a while now. I keep swapping, like, categories and such. I haven't really made a firm decision on what I want to do, I guess. Emeralds. We could go to the emerald farm. But I think if I go get some diamonds, maybe 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27. Okay, it's 27 blocks. 27 blocks, okay. Hey, Pointless, how are you doing? Welcome on in. We're just working on trying to build a fully powered beacon here, but I'm struggling to come up with all the resources for it. I don't know what I could do. We have some iron there. Good, you? I'm doing well. We're just hanging out here, and it's been a good time so far. I mean, I've really enjoyed it. Hope college is treating you well. Now, this is technically virus stuff, so I don't want to steal the iron from there. Although I could pay him back within a heartbeat. Like, I have an iron farm. It's just proving to be slow. Do you have full netherite? Yes. I'm currently running a full netherite everything, I believe. Well, besides an axe. But I haven't really had a need to make an axe yet. Like a real one. Well, we may have to actually AFK our farm for a minute. Okay, I'm gonna quickly come over here. What I want to do is just double check that it's been running while I'm over there. It may not be so bad and I can just actually mine over in there and it won't affect this rate at all. It's not bad, it's still running. We've almost got our fully powered beacon, guys. It's fine. It's fine.
Now it's turning 3 in the morning. The bouncers put you on his third warning, but I'm still here. I'm not leaving.
Alright, sounds good, Pointless. Sounds good. You have fun. You have fun, okay? And if you want to call me tonight, after stream, I should be available. I'll pop in, talk to you after stream. Alright, sounds good, dude. Thanks for saying hi. It was nice seeing you. I'm trying to do the final call, seeing fools suffering. Dude, I had to quit. I had to quit because I was... Hollow Knight is one of the few games that actually makes me mad. And That one really started getting under my skin. If I can do Nightmare King Grim, I can do this. That's my only faith right now. I'm trying to remember where I got to on the Coliseum. I felt like I got pretty far, but I don't remember if I did or not. Coliseum and Pantheons, those things are my absolute hatred of video games, I think. You are a fool to try the Coliseum of Fools. You're right. You're right. A little bit hurtful, but you're right. I'm at the part where you have to dodge the spiders and not fall on the spikes. Oh, I know. I think I know the part you're talking about. Oh, there's like 10 spiders, 100 spiders. I mean, both are still pretty bad. But yeah. So annoying. Yeah, I still need to finish the final, or not the final Pantheon, but Pantheon of the Night, which is Pantheon 4. And then I need to finish Coliseum of Fools 3. And, yeah. I need help. Okay. I'm gonna be right back, guys. I need to go get some water. Probably find something to eat. Because I'm getting hungry. So, yeah, sit tight, guys. I'll be back in a couple of minutes, hopefully. So, you know, go get water, go use the bathroom break. You know, all that good stuff. See you guys in a minute.
It's 3:45. The taxi's not arrived. Don't think that he's coming. Said I'd understand when I'm older. Said I'd understand the things they do. Falls asleep on his shoulder in the break room. She falls asleep on his shoulder in the break room. She said she'd been inside for too long. Could you tell us something new? You could tell he's lying cause his lips move. You could tell he's lying cause his lips move. It must be nice to be the reason. His work, it ain't so bleak. That must be what motivates you. That must be what motivates you. All he needs is to see you smiling. And what you light up is so weak. dark secret, but you're talking in your sleep. Totally banned from the kitchen, citing workplace health concerns, but they wouldn't tip you if it healed you. No, they wouldn't tip you if it healed you. She says the country's sweating out a fever born by what you do. And what kind of pressure did they put on you? What kind of pressure did they put on you? Well, at least she's waiting for you. Glass of wine after a long day. She'll dry your eyes on serviette tray. Dry your eyes on serviette tray. Fall asleep in her dad's Ford Mondeo that you stole from him yesterday. You look so cute when you're so angry. If I'm going down, you're coming with me. And you think that it gets better, just you wait until next week. You're keeping a dark secret, but you're talking in your sleep.
Alright, everybody, we are back. Hope everybody had a good break. We're back. We got food, we got water. Life is good. Life is good. Welcome back. Thank you. Thank you. Hopefully the ads were tolerable for those of you who did get them. For those of you who didn't, congrats. Oh, he gives us slime. Now, it's not the best deal in the world, but half tempted to keep him in a little box so I can at least trade with him whenever I want. It's pretty expensive, not gonna lie. Alright. We need to come over here. I need to clear out this area so I can sleep. Okay, we're at 6. That's not enough still, but it is a little bit more than what we had. Okay, we need what? 9 plus 9. So we need 18. 18 more blocks. More like 16, but you know what? I can't really think of anywhere else I might have some, but I'll go look around and see if I have any spare iron or iron blocks just laying around. I'm gonna have to AFK this farm tonight, because I forgot to do that a couple days ago, and it would do me a lot of good if I did AFK it. I could always build one of those chunk loader devices with like another portal, and it shoots the item back and forth to keep it from unloading chunks. And what I could do with that is it would automatically load the farm forever. I don't know if it still works, but that used to be a thing. Like, I'm 99% sure. People would use it for all sorts of weird farms, but it works. I hate Hollow Knight. I don't blame you. I don't blame you. We're gonna cut through the through viruses and then the community area.
Exactly who you wanted to be. Well, that's what you said. 'Cause you wanna watch TV and sleep all day and lay in bed, but you're forgetting that I've got to go to work and eat my food and pay.
Who's little Tim Tim? Oh, you got that little Tim Tim, my son. Well, Glitchy, do I have a show for you? Okay, I'll show you little Tim Tim. It'll be safer if I come down here. I hear him, I just don't see him. That's little Tim Tim. He's pretty peaceful. He's pretty docile right now. He's not in any sort of way mean. He's my son. I brought him into this world, and I will not take him out. I refuse. Look at him. He won't do anything wrong to anybody. He can do no wrong. I think he's just a little sensitive to people who smell bad. Yeah. He's got very sensitive nose and very sensitive ears, but he's blind, so you're not allowed to make fun of him for that. Because, you know, he can't help his disability. I can't believe you. Okay, I will show you what I intended to do. And then I'll tell you what everybody else did instead of what I wanted. Little Tim Tim wasn't supposed to turn out like this, man. So, we had our Halloween ClutterCraft thing on. I can't tell you when, because I can't remember. I think it was Saturday, but all of a sudden I'm having dementia and I can't remember. So I was asked early on Saturday morning, or I guess Saturday, around noon, I guess. And I was asked to get a warden for the event. So I was like, okay, I can make it peaceful, it won't kill anybody. So we put it over here. There's this nice little thing, right? Well, you see, the problem was I started enlisting help from Marie. And I guess Marie decided that it should be free. So little Tim got out. And then one thing led to another. Allie came in and started helping. And I was trying to get little Tim back into his spot. And that just agitated him. So he ran all the way down the hill to the village. And now that's where he just resides. Until somebody tries to push him off the cliff, and then they die too. But little Tim cannot die. Like, I think it's actually impossible. So, yeah, that happened. I brought Tim into the world. And I guess I kind of want to bring in another warden, and I kind of want to start like a warden, a little warden sanctuary or something. poor little Tim Tim. I know, people hate him for no reason. I hate how people hate him. He's a foundling in your care. I understood that reference and I love it. I love it. I'll take it. Till he's returned to his own kind, you will be as its father. You would never. See, I'm glad you guys are accepting of little Tim Tim. See, some people... Anyways, they hate him just because of who he is. They wouldn't even say hi to him. And that's not okay, you know? They hate him just because he's a warden, and I think that's cancelable right there. Like, he didn't ask to be a warden. And just because he's a warden, you know, it doesn't mean that he's the bad guy. He's just misunderstood because of the amount of times people have hit him. Won't even listen to his wonderful singing voice. I know, it's horrible. Poor Tim Tim. Poor Tim Tim. Ah yes, thank goodness the chat who was earlier talking about how to get away with murder accepts Tim Tim. Look. My chat, out of anybody, should know how to accept people. I set up a trap that ended up killing 2 cats. And we've moved on past that, you know? And I feel like murderers have a place in society too. I can't say that with a straight face. Oh no. Murderers think alike. Prison? I mean, yeah. When does stream end? Likely it'll end in about 2 hours, around about. Planning on building a cage? So, I don't really think I want to put little Tim Tim in a cage. I think that's wrong. I think he should be free, just like everybody else. I think he should have some amount of freedom. However, I think he's a little bit too young to understand that his freedom has consequences. So I think I might start him out and, like, I might give him his little home. And then, I think I also want to... So I want to build him, like, a really nice house first, because I want him to feel at home there. But I also want to put, like, a baby gate there, because he's not quite fully matured to a point where I think he knows how to interact with everybody. I feel like that's just... I feel like that's what I should be doing, you know? Okay, I gotta go for a bit. Alright, that's okay, Flames. I'll see you in a little bit. I think that's abuse. You gotta teach him how to do his taxes before he goes off on his own. I know, right? Just like every other bond. Yeah, just like every other one. Yeah. Convicted of murder. Roaming free in the grass. Oh, no. Alright, bye, Flames. Non-convicted. None yet. Yeah, convicted murderer. Yeah, exactly. See, he's free. He should be free. I mean, he's done nothing wrong. He's a free entity. I guess I'm gonna have to use... No, let's not. Can you smelt gold ore blocks like this? I can't. Okay. That's fine. That is just fine. Yeah, eventually I want to make the warden a house. I feel like little Tim Tim deserves it. He was physically abused by some people, and I feel like that he needs He needs something to protect him, you know? A place where he can feel safe. A place where everybody can visit him if they so choose, and a place where he can learn how to not hurt people because he's not stable with that yet, you know? I feel like that's fair. I love Little Tim Tim. I think I know just the house I want to build for Little Tim Tim as well. I feel like it would fit his personality very, very well. You know, and I truly do believe he deserves to have a nice house. Unfortunately, I don't think he's allowed to live with me due to state laws and regulations. Because, well, first off, we don't have any laws or regulations, but everybody has been trying to prevent me from being... Everyone's been trying to prevent me from getting Little Tim Tim from the start, and now other people are trying to claim parenthood of him. Okay, it turns out I need to go later, not now. That's a-okay with me, that's a-okay. But it turns out other people are trying to claim parenthood of Little Tim Tim, and, you know, as much as that hurts, I gotta respect that Little Tim Tim may want other parents, you know? And I guess that's, a thing I have to deal with on my own. But it's okay, you know? Plus, at some point, I know exactly how to get Little Tim Tim back to us, you know? You feed Little Tim Tim, right? Absolutely, absolutely. I always will feed Little Tim Tim. And in fact, we haven't fed him yet today, so I feel like it's almost appropriate we do that as we pass by, you know? Let's see. What do I have? What do you guys think Little Tim Tim would like to eat? What is your favorite nut? My favorite nut? I like almonds, walnuts, pecans, or if you're pretty much anybody else, I guess they also call it pecans. I hate calling them pecans. I also like, I like really all of them, man. Flesh. I mean, you said it, not me. Do I have any flesh? I do. Alright. Oh wait. Like, that's fish. Eee. Phrasing. Nuggy. Phrasing. Eesh. Oof. Tim snacks. Alright, we got some Little Tim Tim snacks, right? We'll keep them in my backpack, but we'll bring him some snacks, right? That's what I meant. Oh. 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 See, my... Wait, I don't have a boat? I don't have a boat. There we go. I have another boat. I got lots of boats. I'm pretty chill with boats. I got like 4 or 5 laying around. They're all mine. I just haven't come back for them yet. Alright, so we gotta go stop by Little Tim Tim and give him some snacks. No, 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 that's not not what I meant. Oh no. It was so bad. I saw it and I was like, you sure you want to continue on with that? We agree. We just never talk about nuts again. Absolutely. Absolutely. I am a-okay with that, man. Okay, so the best way to feed little Tim Tim is probably from above, because he hasn't quite learned manners when it comes to eating food. Oh, glitchy! It's glitchy! The one, the only. I hear warden heartbeats. No, oh no, not Fooms. I'm here to help with Tintin. I have snackage. I mean, I feel like I should turn around then and go find Glitchy. What do you need from me? Good question. I don't know. That is a very good question. Craft a gun? Not that we'll need it, I mean. Oh, you're joking. You're joking. I'm gonna write mine with use a gun on little Tim Tim. Hello, Mando.
Hello. This is my Halloween costume. And
I'm
this
Batman.
is the child. You wouldn't shoot the child now, would you?
No, I would never.
I'm using the child as a shield. See?
This works, it works.
You wouldn't shoot the child as a shield. Wherever he goes, I go.
I take it you're a fan of The Mandalorian.
Bro, season 3 isn't coming fast enough.
I know. I know.
Season 3 could not be here sooner. I went as the Mandalorian for Halloween.
Oh, sweet.
I got so excited. Bro, my friend was throwing a party on the 29th. And I was like, ah, sweet! And this was like the first year in forever that I actually like paid a lot of effort into like my costume and stuff like that. So I got like the helmet. I got the child. I got like a new pair of shoes and a hoodie with his like armor texture on it. I was like, yeah, this looks awesome! I'm ready to go. And then I found out that her little party that she had planned was actually a giant frat party in a college that was starting at 6. I didn't get off of work till 10 that night, so I would have been 4 hours late, and there would have been so many college kids getting drunk. And I was like,
yeah.
I don't want to come in from my 8-hour shift to babysitting a bunch of drunk college kids. So I stayed in, and then I went trick-or-treating undercover as a very tall child.
It worked.
Yes, they weren't able to tell because I had a helmet on. They couldn't say shit. They couldn't say shit about me not being like young enough. I'm 22, going out to trick-or-treat as Mandalorian.
I didn't even go trick-or-treating yet. I have this bucket full of candy. Like, it's amazing. Like, I love it. Like, all I had to do was volunteer for an event. Like, I just helped with my church or whatever, and they're like, hey, have some candy. I was like,
hell yeah.
I guess I'll have diabetes.
I guess this is where we are.
I live in America. So I have little Tim Tim snacks.
Okay, what does he eat?
Eats this. He hasn't quite acquired a
Take all you need,
yeah.
brother.
Oh, you are awesome. Thank you.
Yes. I've killed many men in my days.
Understandable.
The guild, you know, they pay me a lot for the
Yeah.
bounties and what have you.
Yeah, you know. It happens.
I can bring you in warm, or I can bring you in cold.
I would very
You
much
know?
appreciate being warm.
It's quite cozy in my own skin.
It's not expired, it's just a little old. Throw it in the freezer, it'll
I'll
last
sleep
longer.
through the night.
Oh, jeez.
So that way, at the break of dawn, we'll be able to go and rescue the small child.
Very small.
The foundling.
Foundling.
The foundling.
So, I do have to put a little disclaimer. Little Tim has killed people before, and
Okay.
I'm not legally responsible for anything he does.
It's okay, I never
Neither
die.
is he, because he's just a child.
It's okay, I never die.
Okay, sweet. Alright, you ready?
Yeah. As I'll ever be, you know?
I don't know what we're doing with him yet.
Boat!
Boat. Boat.
Hurry to the Razor Crest! Sorry, I'm gonna be making so many references.
Dude, I appreciate the references.
I am the Mandalorian, so I need to.
I love the references.
Finally, somebody does.
I'm at least sane. Okay, so, we're gonna pull off here before we get too close.
I've spotted the foundling, yes. So he does not. Oh.
Oh.
I got it.
Okay.
Did I pick
So, I got it.
Okay.
Where do we want to take
brought
him?
wool with us?
It's fine. I mean, he'll at least hear us.
Did you want to bring him back up the hill?
You know, he's actually fairly tame where he is.
Okay.
I mean, maybe we leave him there until we build the house. I don't know when I'll build a house for him. I gotta still design it, but...
I can hear his heartbeat from all the way over here.
Oh, yeah.
He has a very loud heartbeat.
He can't shoot you until you're, like, 20 blocks range, though, so... He's a very special kid.
Okay. Should we have brought wool?
Probably.
He can't break blocks, can he?
Yeah. No. And
I don't know a lot about the warden.
I was falsely accusing the warden of climbing one time. I've since learned that he cannot climb, and we are safe.
I do have a little bit of wool. Not a lot, though.
We just gotta be careful that he doesn't sniff us. Like our current president. Yeesh. That's what I'm naming the next one.
Okay, hang on. So... I guess... Did you get Soul Sneak or anything like that?
Not yet.
Okay.
I thought you wanted children to explode. No,
If we
never.
enrage him, he's probably gonna fall off the mountain, wouldn't he?
Man, I got so much SCP Containment Breach gameplay overhaul to talk about. What could go wrong? I know, right?
So loud. You're right behind me, right? Okay.
Yeah. Do we want to come from the top? Or do... I don't know.
He can blast his thing through walls.
Yeah.
So...
Can't tell if he's sniffing us or if he's just sniffing in general.
He's been sniffing. when we were far
Okay.
away from him. Oh, we don't have snowballs or anything, do we?
No. I have arrows, but I prefer to not shoot a projectile at my kid. You know.
I have fireworks. No.
It might not be the best idea, you know. As much as my chat likes to explode children, I don't think that's the play here.
Are you sure? I already got a crossbow in there and everything. Okay, let's see.
You know.
Oh,
I have a
this
brick.
is tricky.
I can throw a brick at my child.
Because, like, we can't get him in a house. Can he shoot through bedrock? Or not bedrock, obsidian.
Yes. He can shoot through anything as far as I know. Maybe without not wool. Oh, I just got a raid, hang on. Hey Virus, what's up? Let's shout you out here. How was stream? What were you guys up to? Overwatch. Nice. How did it go? Oh, alright, everybody go follow Virus. We haven't already, he's great. So I'm on here with Glitchy. We are trying to work with little Tim to, help him. He's a troubled kid, you know, and, we just want to make sure he stays out of trouble. But I hope your stream went well. We're gonna get back to this because, I don't know how this is gonna go, and I need all the help I can get. But welcome, Raiders. Welcome in. If you got a raid and run, go ahead and do that. Alright, I'm ready.
Yes, let's go.
Thanks for lurk. Stream's good, but I'm getting
okay, I
tired
actually
from the
don't
COVID
know.
booster, so I'm gonna lurk. Alright, sounds good.
I
Sounds
mean,
good.
Okay, if
Hope
we,
you feel
if
better
we
soon.
make a house for him, we can't make it without him not hearing us.
Yeah.
Unless it would be out of wool.
I don't know, man.
How fast can he go through water?
I don't remember.
Because I got depth.
Good job,
some
Nuggy.
pretty
Good job.
depth
Poor
strike moves. If we
Tim
lead him to
sitting
the
all
water,
alone.
we could
I
probably
know.
like build like an underground, like an underwater trap for him, maybe.
Potentially.
And I could probably like run and lead him around.
The worst part is if we do put him underwater, any boats passing by
Oh,
may,
yeah. I didn't think about that. Okay. I have a counter idea. Ready to
Okay.
hear this?
Yep.
I think.
Now, he's my kid. I can't just...
True, we shouldn't slaughter a foundling.
Yeah. Plus, you know, when he gets older one day, maybe he'll want to join our cause, whatever that is, but...
Maybe he'll want to take the creed.
Yeah. I'm worried. I don't know what to do.
I don't know either. I'm kind of like dumbstruck. I don't understand how he's here. You made an enclosure up there, didn't you? How did that work?
So it was basically it was just two skulk sensors that would set off a trapdoor, and once one went off, the other one would go off after it because of the trapdoor. But I don't have the proper supplies for that anymore.
What if we lead him back to that?
It wouldn't be super hard, probably.
Okay.
One of us would die though.
That's not me.
I
I have to take care of the child, bro.
Yeah, and my child
Like,
has
I
to take
can't-
care of me, I guess.
I can't leave Grogu behind, you know this.
Yeah, you're right, you're right.
Ahsoka would fucking kill me, dude. Just breaking my knees.
It would be funny though. They want a close-up.
A close-up?
Yeah.
Wait.
Let me see if I have my spyglass on me.
Take a picture of me standing next to him.
Oh, he's moving, he's moving, he's moving. He knows you're there.
Everything is dark.
You've reached your limit on talking.
Okay. Whoever said that they wanted a close-up. I'm gonna get you. So we can't even get close to him without him being in, like, hunting mode. That's really scary. Even in daylight, whenever he's, like, hunting, you're, like, dark. Everything is, like, black. How do I... No! Is that the one that I gave you? Using my own crossbow against me. Sheep! Oh, he's moving. Okay. If there's a way that we could lead him up the hill. Oh man. Honestly, he seems pretty chill there. Ooh. Would it be a sin to just leave him? Yeah, right? Yeah. If he seems like he's having fun. Although I believe that it would be an inconvenience to those who see him. Is my only critique with this. So maybe we can leave him. But put up signs.
Damage.
I have a few. I have some signs. We could probably chop down these trees to try and make it easier to spot him too on the hill. We'll make a tourist trap. Oh, I forgot that trees immediately exploded when you mine them. Ah! This is mine.
Okay, I can talk again.
I figured it was something like
Ugh.
that.
Oh, that's Scooby snacks. The Tim Tim snacks. I better go feed Tim Tim. He's hungry.
How are you? Oh, you could probably drop him food from
Yeah.
the top of the mountain.
That's what I think I'm gonna do for that one.
He moved further into the...
Oh, I just got another raid. Hang on. Jeez. Hello! How is everybody doing? Welcome on in. I'm gonna give you the other shout out as well. What are you guys up to? Okay. Now what's that game about? Trigger Happy Havoc. What's that one about? I don't think I've heard of that one before. Hello, Sour Ducky. Hello, viewer Charlie. Welcome on in, everybody. Welcome in. I always have a hard time pronouncing your name, so I'm just gonna go with Bubbo if that's okay. How was your stream?
Hello there.
Thank you for the follow, Charlie. I appreciate it. I much appreciate the raid. So we're actually dealing with my son right now, little Tim Tim. He's we gotta feed him. So yeah, it's a problem. It's a problem. Many thanks. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, I am doing very well. What was that?
What was... I don't know.
The warden took damage?
He fell.
Oh, snap.
Shit. Okay, we're not gonna be able to keep him up there. Oh,
Keep talking.
He's walking
nobody
towards
dies.
us. He's
Nobody
walking.
dies.
He's walking.
Just started it, but it seems like fun. Sweet. I'm glad you had fun, guys. Well, thanks for the raid. If you got a raid and run, go for it. But right now, we're gonna deal with little Tim Tim. I guess I gotta go feed him, and then we can just start. Nobody else... It will be somebody else's problem if he escapes this area, right?
Bro, there's a house right there. And mine is just down the river.
He doesn't know how to swim.
Oh, should we try and lure him into the water to see?
I mean, we could. We could.
Hang on, watch him for a second. I'm gonna research this shit. Hang on.
Here's your hydrate.
Can wardens swim?
Thank you for the follow
Oh, wait.
again, Charlie.
Minecraft. Can wardens swim?
Just came in finally on that one, I guess.
Is he getting close? I can hear him.
He isn't safe. Make him a house. Can't make him a house today because I haven't planned it yet.
Warden is now an Olympic swimmer in Minecraft. Oh.
So,
yeah, you
he
can't
is
outswim
like...
the warden.
He just killed a sheep.
You can't outswim the warden. I was like, you know what? I know what you can drown him. So, apparently he's an Olympic swimmer.
He is trying to come this way.
Okay. What do we do, bro?
I can attempt to lead him somewhere, but it's just gonna result in somebody dying. And it won't be Tim Tim, I can tell you that.
We can probably lead him over there. Like, if he comes across water, it'll give us time to, like, set something up, maybe?
Yeah.
Because I'm worried that there's a house, like, right next to this, so somebody's gonna get a warden in their backyard.
I mean, it happens, you know.
Yeah, you ever hate it when you get a warden in your backyard? I'm just kind of clearing a path.
Yeah.
Because I don't know who lives over here, but... We might be able to just, like, make one right here, honestly.
Yeah.
Because if he can't climb...
We can make him a nice little box for now.
Okay, so I have a plan.
Okay.
This is gonna be
He
his cue.
is actively trying to swim this way.
Okay, let me know if he gets, like, within 10 or 20 blocks.
Okay.
Or maybe I'll see the, Okay. Oh god, that scared the shit out of me. Okay, so here's what I'll do. Okay. So with that there, he's gonna see these as like a full block, I think. So he's gonna
Okay.
walk just straight over this. So he if he's smart and he doesn't walk over, and if he like tries to walk over the thing, he's just gonna fall in there. So if we can get him in there,
Okay.
other than that, I mean, we
Yeah.
just have to like maybe quietly like get away from him. And then we'll
Yeah.
just seal him up so at least he's like in a hole in the ground. Maybe we'll just kind of like make a little bit of sound so he'll... Or maybe we'll just like let him sniff.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, he hears a fish, I think.
All right. Thank you for the raid again, Bubbo. I appreciate it. I hope you have a good rest of your night,
Sprout
and
hears a fish.
yeah. Thank you again.
He's angry.
Okay.
At the fish. So
I
that
never
means he's
called
gonna
him the
start sonic-
brightest.
He's gonna start sonic blasting. Yeah, this fish he's angry.
This is
This is hard
beautiful.
to watch.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry, I missed your hydrate. Here you go.
I don't want this one. He's going over there. What if I just... What if I shot him right now?
That might make him a little bit mad.
Well, he's already mad.
Here's your other hydrate.
Oh, he sonic blasted the fish. Okay, what if he just kills the fish?
Then he might be a little less angry.
Dude, this is nuts. Okay.
Alright. Should I just go get him?
If you want.
Okay. Hey, Timmy. Timothy Tim. Come here.
Okay, he heard that.
He's being very receptive right now.
He's probably just like, are you my father?
Come on, son.
Father?
He stopped coming here. Come on. It's okay.
He's 3 blocks tall, right?
I think so.
If he gets angry and tries to chase us, run under here and
Okay.
just keep running. So, because he won't be able to follow us in the air, I don't think.
Yeah.
Alright, his heart's racing now. He's going pretty slow. An Olympic swimmer, my ass. What the hell? He's running. Oh, he's...
Crap. Abandoned ship, abandoned ship. Uh-huh.
He's in the thing of water. He can't get out. He's stuck.
Okay. Is that good enough? I mean, as long as he's not, like, gonna carefully he's about to shoot at you, I think.
Shit, he's not completely stuck.
Oh no. Oh crap. I think he's coming
I'm
after
swimming.
you.
I'm swimming for my life.
Okay, he's taking notice of me now? He shot me, okay. I'm just gonna, you know... Just redo the costume of fools of any of them? Okay. I didn't think about doing it that way. That's actually a good idea. That scared me so bad. It scares me, man. Hey, he's coming back over here, it looks like.
Yeah, there's... Ah, man. Okay, you know what? Hang on, I'm gonna make a group.
Okay.
Alright, join it.
Hello.
Hello.
We're the Warden Busters.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Alright, so he's come back over.
He's coming after us.
I'm going back to the other side.
Okay. Yeah, he's coming right
Okay.
after me. Hey, he's going towards the fish again?
Can you tell me when he makes it back to land over here?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm at 106%. I don't know what else to do. Have you done all the Pantheon, like Pantheon 1 through 4? Those ones, I think,
He can't
are
just
worth a lot of
report, right?
percents. Yeah.
Okay.
I need to head out. Don't kill little Tim Tim. Don't let yesterday take up
Is he still
too
in the
much
water?
of today, Will Rogers. Okay. I won't kill little Tim Tim. Yeah, he's still in water right now. He's really mad at the salmon, though.
Oh, anger issues, am I right?
Yeah. I
Okay,
out-taught
this
him
is
yet.
not gonna be pretty. This is not gonna be pretty, but this is a very good enclosure if we can get him in here.
Okay.
Why didn't I make these into planks? Oh, I'm such an idiot! Erg! I would have had like a whole stack of wood left. God dang. He's still in the water?
Yeah. I'm gonna grab the
Okay.
candy now, guys. Both Skittles. Can't go wrong with the good Skittles, right?
Okay.
Proof of purchase. I got Skittles, okay. Boom.
He sounds really close.
He's actually really close to me right now, but he's still mad at the salmon behind him.
Okay. Oh, okay, I see, okay. This is terrifying, bro!
Yeah.
What the hell?
You know, I used to do this as a hobby. Just put wardens out in the middle of the wild.
Psychopath.
Not psycho. They wanted to be free.
You know, it's not like you've adopted a warden as your own.
Well, you know, when you're living a single life, you gotta make do with what you get.
Yeah.
A warden is just the best option for a son, I guess.
He's all you would offer. I guess he just exploded a squid.
Yeah. Oh, he just... Okay, that was not cool, dude. Tim, you cannot just... You cannot just do that to a squid.
Okay, whatever you do, do not let him over here.
I don't think we have to worry about that. Honestly, we could leave him in this river. Nobody would even bat an eye, right?
In my river?
I mean, yeah. What's your favorite Skittles flavor? I like them all, really. I think they all taste pretty much the same, but I really do like the grape one. I had to look at what colors they've had in this one, but grape is the best, I think.
I think this is fun.
Okay, what is he doing? He is walking towards your area. I'm going to... Maybe? No, okay, he's going back to the river. We're good.
Okay, I don't know why I'm so fucking nervous over this. Oh, he sounds so close. I hate it. Okay, I don't think he can escape at all in this area.
Okay, do you want me to go and bring him?
Let me see. So I want you to see what I've done.
Okay. I'll come around.
I heard it's an explosion thing.
I go a long way around to make sure he doesn't hear me.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if I can be a follower of yours anymore. Grape? Grape is good, man. I love grape. Grape flavored anything is good. Even grapes. Okay. This looks like a nice swimming pool.
Yeah, right? He'll be so happy here.
Yeah.
Oh, why don't I see you? Oh, there you are. So my plan is, I think he'll just follow me in here. And then I can just, like, swim over here. And over here, I have a tunnel where I can just go in and then just run.
Okay.
And then
Yeah.
it's like a tunnel leading out here.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Of course, this is
So,
someone who also likes apple juice. Dude, I like apple juice too.
Back.
Apple juice is life.
Okay. So we'll have to lead him. I can make some noise in the water. And then get him to come in, and then as soon as he drops, I'll just swim for my life.
Yeah.
Do you think he'll get pissed off by the rain? Because there's sound everywhere?
He might. I've never actually thought about that. Poor guy. He's gotta be sensory overload.
That scared me. Okay. What if I just set off, like, fireworks in the air? Do you think that would be loud enough?
Probably not.
Fireworks?
He's not got very good range where he's at right now. He's in the middle of the river. So probably, you're about 30 blocks away from him, probably. 30, 40,
Okay.
somewhere around there.
So that would be...
If you want, I can try to attract him a little bit to us. But I'm not sure if it'll work or not.
Oh, there. Okay. Let me think. Let me come out really quick.
Okay.
Because I could even, like, not even be in the water. I could probably just shoot fireworks into the water
Yeah.
and have them follow them.
Most
See where this
likely.
little- Where is this little potato sandwich?
He is getting currently mad at a spider, I think. Honestly, same, bro.
Yeah. I just heard my cat break something. Okay. So I'm gonna... Hang on, let me get my wool. And I'll do this.
He's coming this way. He hears a squid, and he obliterated the squid.
Okay. So what if I did...
He didn't seem to care.
Is he getting shot at by a skeleton?
Maybe? I don't know.
Oh, it's so cold over here. I just had the shivers. Shiver me timbers.
I'm worried about him. He's been in the water for a very long time.
Oops, I mean to do that.
He didn't even notice.
Man, but that was one of my good fireworks. If I just... Oh, okay. He's mad at something.
Hey man, come over here. I'll feed you some Tim Tim snacks.
Look at all these fucking fish in the water.
Yeah. He's a really good
Okay.
fish farmer.
Oh, it's so dark.
Yeah. And he's mad at another fish.
Here, I'll put a path down for you if he gets mad. You can just follow it right to the water.
Alright, sweet.
There's nothing I can do about the water though, I don't think.
That's fine.
Like, I don't know how to give you good
I
directions.
think
to
he's
the water.
coming. Yeah, he's almost on land. Run! Run,
Right
run,
in
run,
the
run,
water?
run.
Okay, get in the water.
Ooh, he shot me twice. Okay.
I put
Can't see.
torches down. Oops.
Okay.
You out?
Yeah, I'm out.
I don't know
I
if
don't
he's
know.
in though.
I don't know.
I can't tell.
I'll go look.
Oh!
Yeah, he's in. Oh my
He's in?
gosh.
Oh, okay,
yeah.
good. Look at all my fireworks sparkles. I'm moving these out of my right hand.
Probably a good idea.
We got him!
We did it.
Crisis averted.
That could have been really
Now we-
bad
He's just gonna have cold tootsies for the rest of his life.
for now. Until somebody sets him free again.
Until he's old enough to grow out of the pool.
Yeah. I'll go give him some
Okay.
snacks.
He was in though, right?
Yeah.
Oh, gorgeous. Mwah! Perfect, beautiful, stunning, amazing, talented.
Hey, Tim Tim. That's no way to treat your dad. Have some snacks. They're in there for
Give
you.
him some biscuits. He's not jumping high enough to get out, right?
I mean, he could glitch out probably, but I mean, there's nothing
Well,
you can do
time to
about
put
that.
another layer up. Time to put another layer up.
Yeah, he can't jump out of there. He's fine.
Do I look like I care?
Fair point.
Alright, there we go. Oof, boy. Dude, all for the sake of a warden. Oh my god.
I love my warden.
Now you can just proudly say that, my warden. I have a warden now.
My son, he's a warden, by the way. No, not a police warden. He's a little bit childish, but he's a good warden. He's a good kid.
He's a little shy. Oh, he's getting super pissed. I can't see shit! Okay, now I can see shit. His Sonic Blast doesn't destroy blocks, right?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, good. Because he just, like, obliterated a creeper. I'm like right next to him putting blocks down so he can't get out.
This is amazing.
Where are you right now?
I'm watching from up above, by the tunnel. Tunnel
I'm
side
like-
view.
I'm like moving to get out of the darkness.
This is beautiful.
darkness effect? Oh, it lasts for 12 seconds. I guess it just lasts for a while. Let me just over here.
I love
Dude,
this.
this darkness is taking a sweet time. There we go. Did you name tag him?
Yeah.
You did? His name is Tim Tim?
Little Tim Tim.
Oh, beautiful. Did you fall?
I jumped down to see if I could help get him out of your corner. And then
Okay.
he started following me and made me blind.
Don't be mad. I'm just making sure you can't escape. You're in juvie. You're not allowed to leave.
Oh.
Wow! That was a sonic blast if I ever saw one. Holy
He hit you?
shit. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 hearts.
Jeez.
6 hearts of that sonic blast with 3 pieces of my armor is netherite and then 1 of them is diamond.
I can't see him, but
Wow.
I can hear him alright.
Oh yeah, he's a talker, that one.
My child has been talking since the age of 1.
You'd think
He
he'd be
is
proud of
not
that until
happy.
you learn that he just knows how to backtalk.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm actually, that sonic blast was terrifying.
Yeah. It happens.
Man, that was big damage.
You know, I think we're safe. I don't know about you.
Yeah, I think we're safe. I'm just, like, being stupid cautious at this point.
That's fair. Oh.
Ooh, yep, that was another one. Why are you mad at me? That wasn't as many hearts for some reason. Maybe it was because I was further away.
Maybe.
Warden takes notice angrily.
Okay, I got him to notice me.
That's what my little subtitles thing says. It's like, Warden takes notice angrily. Chillax, bruh.
Okay, he's still locked onto me.
He shot you?
Yeah. Just gonna.
Oh yeah, I just saw you
over here.
catapult past.
Do I have anything to eat?
I got some bread.
Might need to steal some of your bread.
Bread? Ah! Hello!
Hi.
Come over to the Warden place for bread. Oh, I actually could give you... I had 2 stacks of bread in my inventory.
Oh, thank you.
There's also probably fish in the river.
True.
I think we're okay. I think
Yeah,
we're good.
I think you're right.
I'm gonna just... I almost walked right into this. There's a creeper in here. Oops. My signs! Oh, that was all my signs he blew up. Dang
Aw.
it. I'm gonna put a sign down so they know coming from this area.
Curious if you can hear from the house over here. Oh, there's no way. Okay, we're good. It's pretty well contained. I mean, you'll hear him if you're going across the river, but you know, you'll be fine.
Perfect. How do you like it?
This is perfect. Nothing wrong.
No, everything right. That's
Yeah.
what I always say. Well, shall we head home?
Absolutely.
Tally ho, as they say. Where hath the boat gone, good sir? Wow. Drive.
I think I'm going the right way.
Oh yeah, we're going the right way.
Okay. Well, that was eventful. I wasn't even planning on doing that today.
No, we did it. We were good. With our quick wit and our boating skills and distractible nonsense.
Now we just have to
In that
hope
convenient pond.
nobody sets them free, right?
Nah.
Also, I've been borrowing your cows for a little bit, so
That's fine. It's not like I've been home.
I've been pretty well murdering them, then breeding them, then murdering them again.
I thought, okay, so you don't have food, but you've been taking advantage of my cows. For how long?
For a couple of weeks now.
I'm surprised you don't have a 64 stack of steak in your slots.
I've been mostly getting it for the leather.
Oh. Of course. Of course. That sounds like something that you would do. Of course.
Did you know that toast is overpowered, though?
Toast is overpowered.
Oh, yeah.
On a par with gold apples. How is it?
Not very, but still, like, you can get it so easy, but it gives you, like 4 hunger bars or something like that, so.
Oh, that's pretty good. How do you make bread? Do you need a toaster to make that?
Yeah. You just stick bread in the toaster and then it's, it comes out as toast.
Well, that's kind of cool.
Yeah, and the toaster doesn't require anything to power it. Or you can set it in the oven, and then the oven will cook it.
So it just toasts?
Yeah.
Without... Oh, neat!
My mom keeps accusing me of lying, but even when I'm telling the truth, she refuses to believe me. Bruh, I'm sorry that you're experiencing that. I hate it when people do that to anybody.
I gotta work on getting some kelp. I actually
You need
fixed
kelp.
my, well, like because it's a really good fuel source. So, I actually just, started up a system in my hardcore world, where I had like hoppers, or no, I had like barrels, and then hoppers, and then furnaces, and then hoppers, and then chests. So I just put I would just put like a shit ton of kelp in the barrels above, and they would process through the furnaces. And it's just like an automatic system without me having to like constantly monitor it.
Yeah, makes sense.
So that's kind of cool. And I love it so much! If only I had more iron. You probably have a lot of iron though. I got a lot of iron from you, I think.
I think I gave
Oh yeah,
you some.
I got 3.5 stacks in my inventory.
Yeah, if you need more, let me know. I'm gonna be AFKing my iron farm tonight so I can finish my beacon.
Alright. Do you have skulls for that?
I already fought the Wither, yeah.
Damn, dude.
I've
Do we have a
been
skeleton
busy.
farm?
Not yet. I really want to make one. I've been thinking
still
about
have-
making one, but it's such a pain.
Oh, lightning just struck our lightning rod over there. Yeah, I feel like that's why I kind of like fell out with my hardcore world for a little bit, because my next step was to make a wither skeleton farm.
Oh, yeah.
That shit's so dangerous. That's so dangerous. So I didn't even know what a good design was either, so I just never did it.
Yeah, in my opinion, the best design is one that doesn't kill you.
Yeah, the safest, probably.
There is one out there, though, that gives you, like, 100% drop chance for every skull. And it requires you to just charge creepers. And then you just, send them all to the overworld or whatever, and...
Yeah, I did that, and so here's the thing, right? Here's the really shameful thing about that. So apparently, when you light up a charged creeper and it explodes everything, it only drops one of their heads. So if you have like a horde of skeletons, it only will drop 1 if you have like
Really?
10 wither skeletons. Yeah.
That's so annoying.
I know, I literally like spent so many hours like waiting for a thunderstorm, got a charged creeper, lured it in, and then I sent over like 10 wither skeletons, and I landed perfectly. I risked my life for this shit. I landed in the obsidian covered thing that I made, and I lit him up, and all of the creepers died, or all of the skeletons died, but only one of them. I only got 1 head out of it.
That is... Oh, dude.
I know, I was pretty pissed. On my stream, you could just see, like, me just frozen there staring at it in my hand, like, I don't understand why this didn't drop all of the skulls.
That's an... Oh, dude, I'm annoyed for you.
Like, it was really easy getting the wither skeletons into the overworld, but the thing is that I named tagged all them so that they couldn't despawn, so I wasted about 10 of my name tags trying to get them through. And waiting for a thunderstorm is really annoying, especially since I went to a remote location from my nether fortress. I made like an actual location for my nether fortress so I would be able to transport them easier. So, it's a lot of travel, and then as soon as I get there, I have to really quickly charge a creeper before the storm leaves.
Yeah.
And then I would have to put all the wither skeletons through. But if that's like a system 1 by 1, then that's a lot. That's a lot of work.
Oh yeah,
It was not good. I was really upset. Upset is an understatement, I would say. Nah, it wasn't that bad. I was just kind of like, ah!
Yeah.
But what have you been up to, dude? I feel like we haven't seen each other for a while.
Yeah.
Have you just been doing this?
Pretty much. I've been grinding. I have full netherite now.
Oh, sweet. I couldn't tell.
Yeah. Most of it's enchanted fully. Let's see, what else? My house still isn't done, so that hasn't changed. I have an iron farm. I don't know if that was around when you were playing earlier.
Yeah, you gifted me so much iron.
Let's see, what else? I guess I'm working on one of the largest trading halls known to man.
Okay.
For no reason, but I just want to build it.
Even bigger than the trading hall that I have currently.
Yeah.
Wow.
It's like a 50 by 50 area. And I'm just gonna make it like a huge tower full of villagers for no reason.
That'd be pretty cool.
Yeah.
Hello, sir. Yeah, mine is pretty scuffed.
Hey, it's working.
Gets the job done. Oh my god, that tower scared me.
Oh, I killed another we killed Star another time.
Has he been on recently?
Yeah. He played a little bit on Saturday. And he showed up, and then he tried to kill somebody. And so I shot at him. And it killed him instantly. And some diamonds just started dropping out of him, so I,
Yeah.
I avenged myself and picked up the diamonds.
I mean, honestly, like, if he starts fights like that and doesn't think about consequences, you know, that's on him, bro.
I may or may not have 32 more diamonds than what I'm supposed to have, but that's fine.
Shit, dude. Okay, that's criminal.
Okay, well, he stole them from other people, is my understanding, so...
Yeah, okay, that makes it all better in the world.
That was like all he had, though, was diamonds. Like a stack and a half of diamonds. So B took them, QB took them, and then gave me 32 for avenging them. I was
Oh,
like,
that's
okay, I'll
nice.
take it. It's like interest for all the diamonds that were stolen from me at the beginning. That's the way I look at it, you know.
Yeah, I mean, what
Whoever
goes
else
around
lost the
comes around.
diamonds, I mean, like, too bad, so sad, but anti-hero energy, I guess.
Yeah. That's why I got mine in my
Guess what, chicken butt?
backpacks.
Wow, really, that's my
I don't
mother's
put
name. Why are
any
you
of my
talking?
stuff in chests. I literally, like, all of my
Yeesh.
important stuff are in my pink backpack. My beautiful pink.
The backpack thing is insane. I have a medium
Yeah.
backpack, and it's more than enough for me right now.
I got 2 large backpacks.
Oh my goodness.
And I swear to God, I don't even know what to do with one of them. Like, one of them has all of my worldly riches on it
Yeah.
that I don't trust in chests, and the other one is just like a bunch of trading stuff. What do we even have in here? I have stacks of dirt. I have a bunch of kelp I didn't realize. Wheat, food, rockets, dyes. So basically just a bunch of farming stuff.
Yeah.
Oh,
Hey.
hello, llamas!
I just realized something that I haven't told you yet that I did.
Yeah?
So, you know,
What did you do?
I needed to find a warden, right?
Uh-huh.
And I was told by several people that I was not allowed to know the warden's location, and that they made a pact to not tell me. So I turned to drastic measures, right? And I may or may not have kidnapped Alias's cats, 2 of them.
Uh-huh.
I put them in this nice little chamber. It was really nice, it was really secure, I thought it would be safe. Alias showed me where the warden was, all was good, I was gonna take her back to the warden. Or not to the warden, to the trap, where the cats were, so I could show her how to disable it so she could get her
The
cats.
trap.
Well, it turns out somebody had already been on, and the cat had been killed during that. So somebody else set off this trap that killed the cats, and now I'm being accused of murder. But my argument is the gun manufacturer shouldn't be held responsible for what somebody does with it.
Oh yeah, that's true.
So I mean, I feel like I'm pretty safe right now, you know?
Until the revenge happens.
Yeah. We'll see how that goes. I mean, I challenged... Well, I didn't challenge them, but there seemed to be like a little bit of a kerfuffle going on, and so... a couple of them looked at me, and I was like, what are you guys gonna do about it? It's like, come on, all of you against me right now. And then they all put away their swords. I don't know what happened. I don't think
Yeah.
they want to fight me, which is
Like,
really
oh, man.
strange.
That guy's got a warden, I don't want to mess with him.
Little Tim Tim. He's got a name, man.
It's like, I don't know about that, guys. He, you know, I saw his warden, Tim Tim. The name shall strike fear to all those who hear it. Please be Silk Touch. Is this Silk Touch?
You need Silk Touch?
Fuck! Ah, that's why I never put this down, because I didn't have okay, hang on. Shit. Alright, I'm just... Oh, wait.
I
Oh,
Silk
thank
Touched
you.
it for you.
I'm gonna need to get a Silk Touch pick.
They're so good.
Because I just put all my riches and stuff in there. So...
Also,
Pretty sure
aka King
there's-
trapped your cat in TNT and is sad.
No.
I'm not sad. I'm not sad. I just realized I probably should see if my beacon is now powered with all the blocks I have.
That would be a good idea.
Yeah.
That would be wise, indeed. Wise, indeed.
Quite wise, I must say.
Wise, indeed.
I also get to drive by Tim. Feels so wrong to call him Tim.
Why?
Like, I feel like that's an older, like, Timothy name. So, like, Timothy is like, he's not aged yet. So, Tim. Then he goes, like, to Timothy. And I think Tim. He just shortens it down to Tim again.
What about like Tintin? Like, wasn't there a movie like
Yeah.
something Tintin?
Yeah, like The Adventures of Tintin or something like that. I
I've
don't
never
remember
seen that
what.
movie.
I haven't seen that. I know it was, like, based off of a book or something, but I don't remember watching or reading it. I
I
probably
always
did
got
read
that
it, but...
confused. It gave me the same kind of vibes as like the Iron Giant for some reason.
Oh.
So I've always lumped those together in my brain, even though the Iron Giant is probably superior in every way.
If I remember correctly, it is.
Superman.
I don't watch The Iron Giant in forever. I think I only watched, like, one singular minute of it. But it was good for what I did see.
It was amazing. I really liked it. I think we watched it in class together when I was in...
I was so tired, but I don't want to sleep. I understand.
And then, like, we never finished it because, like, I guess we ran out of time.
Oh.
So it was, like, left on a cliffhanger. And I was like, oh, but what about the nuke or whatever is gonna happen? And then I went home and I was really sad. And I didn't see the ending till years later. And then I cried. A little.
Understandable.
It's a good movie. It's a good movie.
I miss
Also, have
seeing
you
good
heard from
movies.
Scarm in a while?
I don't believe so.
I don't think he's streamed in a while either. I've been messaging him.
I have not had as much time as I have liked to have the past couple of days to communicate with everybody.
Yeah, I haven't been communicating in a while.
I get very antisocial in certain spouts. Like, past month or so, I haven't slept very much. Like, it's been 5 a.m., go to sleep, wake up in like 2 or 3 hours. So that's like just how my life goes. And then I enter like, not paranoia. Yeah, you know what? Sure, paranoia. Paranoia
Is it
is
just like anxiety?
Probably. Undiagnosed, but probably. And I really should probably sleep more, because it would fix it, but I hate sleeping, so...
Yeah, dude. I hate it too.
My biggest enemy is myself.
Yeah. I wish I didn't have to sleep. However, I've been trying to correct my sleeping schedule because I'm trying to like change jobs, and I hate my job more than I hate sleep right now. So I'm like, I have to learn how to sleep and fix my schedule so I don't have to work at this shitty retail job anymore.
Yeah.
So I've been going, instead of going to sleep and napping after like 5 a.m. or 7 a.m. in the morning and then crashing till like noon or 1, I have been sleeping at 1 a.m. or at 2 p.m. or 2 a.m. I'll sleep at 2 a.m. which is good.
Yeah.
Like, sleeping at 2 a.m. for me, it's better because it's like 5 hours earlier than I usually go to bed. And then I'll wake up at like 9 or 10 in the morning. And it actually feels amazing to wake up earlier because I have more hours before I go into work to mentally prepare, I guess.
Yeah.
Sleeping is still a nuisance. I still hate it, but I've been proven that it's helping my mentality a little bit better.
That's good.
As much as I hate to say it, you know?
Well, it's like, I've come to accept many things in life. Like, I've even accepted that everybody's gonna die one day, and that I too will die one day, and I'm okay with that.
Mm-hmm.
I will not accept sleep ever. I will not. I just can't. It's not happening. I will not sleep.
It's not fun.
Yeah.
I wonder how much of a person's life like percentages sleep-wise. Because
I
if
want
there's
to
like,
say it's like 1/3.
if you get 8 hours of sleep, yeah, if you get 8 hours of sleep every night, and then 12 hours in the day, right? Is my math right? 12? No, because then that would be 20 hours. So I'm guessing it would be. Oh my god, my brain math can't.
Dude, mathing is hard. I don't even try.
Okay, but here, okay, so hang on. So it's 8 hours of sleep, and then
16?
no, that would be 22, I think, right?
Would it? I can't remember, man. I don't do math.
No, you're right. You're right.
I am?
16. Yeah, so 16
go.
hours. 16 hours in your day awake, and then 8 hours of sleep. So that's like a third of your day. No. Yes. Yeah, that's a third of your day.
Dang. See, I only spend like maybe a quarter of my day asleep. Which still sounds horrible. I hate that, but
Yeah.
like if I could cut that down to maybe 1/8 of the day of sleep, I would probably take it.
Like a little cat nap.
Yeah. I saw this thing where there's like a way that you could like how to sleep as minimally as possible. And so
It's like REM sleep or something.
something like that. And like you'd sleep for like 30 minutes or an hour in certain places and you just spread that out throughout the day. Which is very inconvenient when nobody else is doing it. But if everybody would do it, it would actually make our society so much more productive.
Yeah. Everybody listening right now in chat and stuff, don't listen to us.
Yeah.
Like, I know we're talking about like hating sleep and not sleeping, but that's just us.
Yeah, don't be
if
like
you have a
us.
good
Be
sleep-
better than us.
Yeah. Yeah, be better than us, please. Don't listen to us.
Remember that talk we had about don't do those stupid TikTok challenges? That's still valid. Don't do that.
What were the TikTok challenges we talked about? Because I remember the conversation, but I don't remember the examples that we gave.
So there was one where it was like, the...
Was it like the Tide Pod? Oh, the Tide Pod, and then like the Advil challenge or whatever.
Yeah, those
Like
ones...
shit like that.
I can't think of what it's called now, but it's like the one where you asphyxiate yourself.
What about like the salt and ice challenge or whatever it was?
That
Where
one's
you would
pretty
literally
good.
burn your skin.
Yeah. The blackout challenge, that's what I'm thinking of. It's where you basically suffocate yourself. And people have died doing that. A 10-year-old in specific. And I had a very hard talk with my people about that, man. Oof. That was rough. Never sleep challenge, OMG. Yeah, we were the trendsetters for that. Just throwing that out there. Yeah, don't do like
without
us.
rest challenge.
I think the longest I've been was 72 hours.
Mine
Do not
definitely
do
wasn't
it.
that long.
Yeah, don't do it, guys. Don't do that. It got bad.
I remember there was one night where I was sick, and I had planned to go to New York City, the city, for like a pride parade with my friend, because apparently like the New York City one is like huge.
Yeah.
And I had never gone before, so I really wanted to go, and so I was going with my friend, and I was sick, so I couldn't sleep that night. And I was like, oh, it's like 4 in the morning. I have a train to catch at like 6 or 7 or something stupidly early like that. I'm just not gonna sleep. I'm gonna pull an all-nighter. I'll sleep on the train there. And I go to sleep. Or I didn't go to sleep. I stayed up the entire night. I did not sleep. It was like an all-nighter. And I woke up. I got up the next day feeling like awesome. I was awesome. And I go to the train station, I passed out on the train, and I was fine for the day until I sat down to like watch the parade, because we got seats.
Yeah.
When you're walking for hours in the city, with like swarming with people and everything on the sides are closed off and you're walking for hours, like your legs start to hurt and everything starts to hurt. You have to sit. We got
Oh yeah.
seats in the side of the road watching the parade. And as soon as I sat down, I just like slumped forward and I passed out and I missed the parade
Oh
because I was so
no.
tired. I think I was like in and out because some like people like we were so crowded, so like people kept like elbowing me and stuff. And
Yeah.
it woke me up. But like I was literally like slumped over in my chair with like my head resting on my water bottle. I was just passed out. And
Dude. There's this
Not
spot on the drive all the way to home from like most of our restaurants. There's this one spot in particular, without fail, I always fall asleep here. And it's for like 2 minutes before we get home. And I know that. I just shut my eyes for a second, and I open them up, and next thing I know, we're home. Like, nobody knows I'm asleep by that point, but like, dude, I fall asleep literally every time I'm coming home.
You
I don't
ever,
know
like,
what it is. It's weird.
are you ever like the passenger in a car, and as soon as like as soon as you get past a certain threshold where you're like, okay, I know where we are. I've driven this road like all of my life. I know where we are. But you're like asleep and you're a passenger. Do you ever like subconsciously know exactly where you are depending on like the ride home?
I used
So like
to.
as soon as like you pass the threshold, like every little turn, every like kind of like speed that you're going in the car and you're like passed out, you like subconsciously are just like, okay, we just got off our exit and now we have like 10 minutes before we get home.
Yeah.
And then like you go across a gravel road and you're like, okay, like this sounds really familiar. We're 5 minutes away. And then like there's a turn and you're just like, okay, I'm awake because we're driving into the driveway right now, kind of thing. Like it's
Yeah.
all like subconscious remembrance.
I've had that a couple of times. I haven't quite regained that since I moved, but it still happens occasionally. Like if I go down to Florida, I memorize that route.
Yeah.
But I mean, if I can feel the car slowing down, then I'll typically just open up my eyes. Cause I typically am a light sleeper, unless I'm actually just that like out of it. Like this past week or so, I've been really sleep deprived, and so
Goddamn sleep.
yeah, I've had a really bad habit about it. Just and it got to the point where like I couldn't remember how to leave a Discord call. I could see the button right there in front of me, and I had to ask my friend. I was like, okay, please don't make fun of me for this, because I can't remember right now, and I'm being dead serious. How do I leave a Discord call? He had to disconnect me. I was like, dude, this is not okay. And then the other day, I had been standing for like 3 hours straight, serving popcorn out of like a commercial popcorn machine. Really great time, but by the end of it, I think I have scoliosis, and so I had to crawl out of my chair into my bed, and I just passed out. And I didn't wake up for like another 12 hours or something like that. My dad came in and he's like, "Are you okay?" I'm like, "Yeah." He's like, "I just had to check on you, make sure you're not dead." I'm like, "Okay." I'm glad I'm not dead.
Aren't you glad I'm not dead?
He would have known what to do. He needs somebody to clean the bathrooms.
One thing that he's worried about, like, come on, man, I can't lose you. You gotta clean the bathroom. Perfect. Okay, got it.
I need how many more blocks? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay.
I'm making a pick.
Nice.
Not fortune on it. What is it?
Silk touch?
Yes, because I need one. That's like my primary pick in my
Yeah.
world. So it's really weird just not having one.
I feel that.
I need it. Pew pew. Nice. It's not even my bedtime yet. Why am I tired?
I'm really resisting the urge to yawn now.
No,
No, don't you dare.
You ever hear like somebody do like a really extravagant, like over the top yawn?
Yeah.
Where they're just like that lasts for like several seconds, or like they start singing the alphabet as they yawn.
Yeah.
There's like
Man just like casually starts doing that. It's like dad sneezes.
yeah.
It's like, bro, how did you manage that?
I had somebody in my high school that had a dad sneeze. He like screamed when he sneezed and it scared everybody all
Oh
the
my
time.
gosh.
It was not good.
It's like, dude, that can't be a pleasant experience for you.
He was like, chew! But he would like scream like the chew.
Yeah.
Choo choo train. I don't know. It sounded funny in my head. And then I was like, oh shit.
Hey, it happens. It happens.
Thank you for understanding. Okay, I feel like now it's gotten to the point where I'm just losing it now.
It happens.
Making a pick. Really expensive pick. Here's a silk touch. Or do I want the mend first? Mending time. Silk touch. Fudge! I'm trying not to swear, but because I feel like I've had such a bad potty mouth today. So I'm just like, hold it together. Just keep it together.
It happens. I'm honestly surprised I haven't accidentally cursed ever.
Do you
Like,
swear on your streams?
no.
Oh,
I don't even curse
sorry,
in
then.
real life. No, no worries. This is like the one thing I don't mind it when people do, because it's like, I would hate if I joined somebody's stream and they told me to curse or something. So it's like,
Yeah.
if
I
I'm
feel
on
like
a
that's
server,
weird.
yeah, if I'm on a server with other content creators, I want them to make the content that they're best at making. So if it includes swearing, I don't mind if they do it. Now, if I'm like on my server or something, I'm playing by myself, then I try to keep it to a minimum. But I don't even swear in real life, so it's like one of those things.
Yeah.
I just
Dude, I didn't even
personal
grow up with
choices.
swearing. My mom was like, I would get like soap in my mouth every single time that I like swore as a child.
Yeah.
Or like, well, yeah, just like, I was not allowed to swear at all. And then, sorry, I'm yawning.
You're good.
And then, like eventually, somewhere along the way, I was just like, ah, god damn it, shit. And then like it just became like embedded in my vocabulary language, and my mom
Oh,
doesn't even
jeez.
care now. She's like, "Oh, whatever. You're too old for this anyway. I can't discipline you for this." I was like,
Yeah, my parents very much were not. They very much were like, if you so much as say a swear word, you're out on the streets or something. No, they wouldn't have done that extreme, but I definitely would have. I wouldn't have gotten the belt. I would have just been spanked. Unpopular opinion: spanking is still okay, not in excessive amounts, but like, you know, use what works for your kid, guys. It worked on me. I'm fine.
Here's another hot take. Kids are demons, so you know, literally anything to get
You
them
gotta
to
beat the
behave
devil out
better,
of
you
them.
know. Yeah. I mean, whatever works for you, you know.
Give
Do
me a
it.
F-bomb? You want me to say the F-bomb? Okay. Frick.
Fudge.
Oh, jeez.
Freddy Fazbear.
I mean, like I said, okay, I have said one swear word, and I didn't know it was a swear word. I didn't even know it was a real word. I thought I made up something because there was an acronym. So I was trying to figure out this acronym for a band. I don't even remember the band's name, but it came out to be the B word. And so I looked at my brother and I went, "Oh, if this band had an acronym, it would be the." And I said it, and my dad gave me the biggest glare ever. He said, "Don't you ever say that again."
His head like turned around on a swivel.
Yeah. He looked at me and he said, "Don't you ever say that, and if you ever say that to anybody." I don't even remember what he said after that, but the fear struck in my heart. I'm like, yep, I'm good.
It was real.
I'm good.
I think the first ever word that I actually said, because I watched The Sandlot. The Sandlot was my favorite movie as a kid.
Uh-huh.
And there was a scene in the end where the kid puts on his shoes and he gets the baseball back. Spoilers, you know, for like a 20-year-old movie or whatever.
Yeah.
But so he got the baseball back and then he hopped the fence and he was like, "Yeah, we got it!" Everyone was cheering. And then everyone hears like the dog running up and then it jumps the fence, starts chasing him afterwards, and he looks and he's like, "Oh shit!" And then he turns around and runs away. And I didn't know what that word meant. I just thought it sounded funny. So I just started saying it in front of my little cousins, and they were just like, "Shit! Shit!" And they were like, "Who told you that?"
Glitchy
it wasn't
did
a
it.
fun day for me. I got sat down by my older cousin, who's just like, "You cannot say that word."
I always thought it was funny. My parents really didn't care too much if I said something like really dark and disturbing.
If you had like dark sense of humor, they're just like, he's fine.
They raised me with it. Like, my dad and mom do not have like a dark sense of humor. My mom has a sarcastic sense of humor. My dad is very much dad jokes and puns and stuff. And I inherited the puns and dad jokes and sarcasm. And then I just took it and ran with it and made it dark and all that.
Mm-hmm.
I really wish I got into watch Technoblade earlier, because I think that would have furthered my dark humor, but
Yes.
it's a bummer. It's a bummer.
Legend.
And now I just go back
Missed
and watch the old
opportunity
videos.
there was.
Indeed.
I don't think I've seen a Technoblade video in like months. Like, I see them pop up all the time on my recommended, but like, man, it just like hurts to watch.
Yeah.
Like, I love him so much, but I'm still not over it. I'm like not ready to
Supposedly his dad went on his YouTube account and he unlisted some of the privated videos. So I'm planning on going back and watching some at some point. Also, Haste 2, let's go.
Yeah, his dad is on Twitter now with Techno's little sister, and it's like Techno Dag and Techno Dagger.
That's nice.
They're like taking up his name and stuff and like making it into like a questionnaire about Technoblade.
That's awesome. I've been on the Reddit a couple of times, and apparently they've been over there a couple of times talking about how much the community meant and all that. It's really, really cool. Do I not have Haste 2? I do. I just
one tweet that I saw. There's one tweet that I saw from Techno Dad. I'm gonna look at it because I'm trying to find it right now because it actually made me laugh. It was like something he like responded to an email or something, that was talking about Technoblade in exams or something, and he was just like, he just needed 14 hours to study for a test, and he would still fail, or something like that. Maybe it was this one.
I accidentally said I'm going to sit down in front of my family. I've done that where I've added an H in between the S and the I on accident. Yeah, that does happen. It's not intentional. Sometimes I don't know what it is. I guess I just grew up with a really bad speech disability or something. But it very much did happen. I would accidentally make an SH sound if it didn't need it. And it happens sometimes still. I mean, it's not as possible, not as prominent. Jeez, words are hard. I know. Oh, what was I gonna say? It was a really good story, I'm sure, but I can't remember. I guess we'll never know.
Disappointing! Okay. Oh, I can't find it. Maybe I retweeted it. I'm gonna be so sad if I don't know where it is. I lost it!
Oh,
Forever!
no.
Damn, I didn't read. Like, funny thing. Yeah. Oh, on a completely different note. You're a Pokemon person, right?
Not necessarily, but I know a fair amount about Pokemon.
Oh, okay. I was just saying it because I was thinking about it, but I'm gonna get the new Pokemon game.
Uh-huh.
Played on stream, I think. But
Yo.
I have absolutely no clue. I've had zero spoilers for the new Pokemon game.
Uh-huh.
And I can't wait to like go on stream because I don't even know. I don't know if they released it yet. The evolutions of the starters even. And I don't know any of the new Pokemon they added in. Even from Sword and Shield, I didn't play through that game, so I didn't pick up any of the new Pokemon on there. But
Yeah.
I'm so excited to play the new game on stream because there's going to be so many Pokemon that I'm going to look at and be like, what the hell is this? And like even the starters, like when they level up and evolve, I'm going to be like, what are you? And I'm so excited because I've never actually had that experience.
Yeah.
With a Pokemon game before where I'm just like dumbfounded by like new Pokemon in the game.
That's gonna be cool.
So I'm really excited.
I haven't really had that experience too much. I mean, I didn't know much about Pokemon growing up because it was just not my thing. Didn't really like the idea of card games growing up, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, it's not for everybody.
I mean, we did have it on, well, I say we, but I mean my generation did have it on the DS and such, but we didn't, it wasn't still my thing. We much more preferred Beyblades and things like that, but,
Beyblade, let it rip! Let's fight an epic battle! Something to spin the metal! Da, 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 da. I forgot the words! Da, 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 da. Other than, yeah.
yeah, that one. I don't have my Beyblades anymore, but I used to have like 3 or 4. And one of them was metal, and it would just rip the other guys to shreds because they bought the plastic ones. You can't buy the plastic Beyblades. You gotta have the metal one, man.
Yeah. That could be like a weapon if you like shot it at somebody.
I knew a guy.
I knew a guy? That doesn't sound very...
Bless his soul.
What happened to the guy?
So he was trying to show me a better way to let it rip. Well, you don't just correct somebody's behavior. And so I accidentally pulled it way too high up in the air and way too hard. and it went flying out. Instead of hitting our custom made arena, we built our own arena and stuff like that. It hit him in the face. there was this nice sized bump on his head.
Shit. That's not good.
I'll have you know, mine was still spinning at the end, and his was not.
Neither was he. He was on the ground.
No, he was out me. No, he was okay, but it left a nice little bump on his head. It was kind of funny.
I was never into Beyblades. I was super into Bakugan though.
Oh yeah, I had some of those.
I bought one recently, actually.
Oh,
I bought
did you?
two recently. Yeah, I didn't even watch the new Bakugan or whatever they got going on, but I just saw them and I was just like, babies, and then I just bought them because I needed them.
Yeah, I remember. Let's see, I think the nicest Beyblade I had was one, or not Beyblade, Bakugan. I got it for Christmas for my parents, which I was really surprised they got it for me because that was like after my whole like toy and collectible phase and all that. So I went into mostly video games, but they bought it. It was like a Dark Dragonoid or something like that. That's what it's called. Beautiful, beautiful little thing. I loved it. I don't remember if it was rare or not, but my brother kept telling me it was, so that's all that mattered. I don't think I still have it. I think I ended up selling it for like 50 cents. But
50 cents?
Yeah.
Bruh.
It was one of those yard sales, we'll pay you to take it, basically.
Oh, yeah.
If I sold it online, I probably could have gotten way more out of it, but...
There's probably some crazy, like it's just some crazy person out there just been like, oh my gosh, what is that? Oh, I need it, you know?
Yeah.
I'm trying to think of a Game Grumps quote because I'm naming my pickaxe. I literally just watched like 3 hours of a Sonic Bloom playlist or compilation, and I don't remember a single line from it.
So, according to Walmart, or actually that's not the one I had this one. How much is it worth? It's not showing me. I want to know. It's probably worth like $100. Watch it. Apparently the one I had on Heath and a whole lot of other random characters afterward, it's worth $45.99. Wow.
45 or 35?
45. A couple of websites I'm on apparently says that's how much it's worth. Now I don't know if that's true, but if it was, that's sad.
Yeah. Well, nothing can be done about it now except regret.
Yeah. I remember I kept the card in pristine condition too, because I was like, it was like one of my valued possessions, even though it was worth like apparently 50 cents to me.
Gracious. You're like, 50 cents is a lot.
Yeah, I mean, I was what, maybe 8? Oh, jeez. Oh well.
Just like any amount of money is just like good enough.
Well, and that was
Just
before my mom really taught me how to save money. Like, I didn't spend anything until I probably had a job, really. That's when I started spending money. I hated the idea of spending money until I actually had a stable source of income. I don't know how that got drilled into my head. My mom really wasn't that much onto me about it. Like, she was like, now, if you spend all your money now, you won't have any later for... if you want to buy something really cool that's on sale or something. I was like, okay. And now it's stuck with me. And I like it. I mean, hello.
Hello.
How much is an Efficiency 5 book? Or I guess 2 Efficiency 4s, maybe? I can't remember. It's over here.
Yeah. We
Yeah.
got efficiency 5. It's wait, right?
I don't remember.
Yeah, oh, efficiency 4.
Okay.
I think you have to mix them.
Yeah. Okay. 19 emeralds, not bad.
Yeah.
I can get that, no problem.
I just used all of my emeralds. We got a lot of sugarcane up here for you to sell as well if you want it.
Okay, I'm gonna go to my my raid farm and get Hero of the Village and stuff. Because it'll be way cheaper.
Let me know how cheap it is, because I might have you buy a book for me.
Okay. That was a voice crack.
I heard it.
Yeah.
But I didn't want to say anything. But
I know.
You ratted yourself out on that one.
I know. It's fine.
Ugh.
Oh, I hear the word heartbeat.
I guess that's kind of a cool sound.
Yeah.
I mean, it's scary, but like if you listen to it, you're just like, oh, this is kind of cool. Pretty neat.
Okay, I've been live for far too long. It's been 6 hours. I think I need to, I need to call it quits here.
I might, yeah. It's getting kind of close to my winding down time.
Yeah.
For sleepies.
So now, gotta find a raid. Dude, who's this? I don't remember following them, but apparently I did.
Okay.
Oh, I remember this person. Never mind. We're gonna raid them. They're Canadian, so... That's worth anything to anybody out there.
Get your accents ready, boys. We're going full Canadian. I don't know how Canadians talk. Yeah. A. House. How did it? House.
Yeah, a house, eh?
Out. How do they say? Ah, fuck. I don't know.
I don't
Shit. Sorry, Canadians. Ah, shit.
Canadians don't exist. Let's not be silly, man.
That's true. What the hell was I thinking?
What even is a Canadian?
Don't you know that maple syrup comes from unicorns?
Ah, no, I didn't know that, man. Alright, we're gonna go out there, guys. You can join for free channel points. If not, that's okay too. But we're gonna support a small streamer. I will see you all tomorrow. Or today now. But, bye!
Get out, nerds. Bye.